So this is a compilation video consisting of my Goosebumps, Haunting Hour, and Nightmare Room ranking videos, otherwise known as the R.L. Stine shows. One big 4-hour extravaganza for you to put on in the background and barely pay attention to. What can I say? I know my audience. Now, currently, I'm working on the Creepshow ranking video, but I'm also, at the moment, in the process of moving as well. And for you guys who have moved out there, you know that it sucks. So, I need a little bit more time on that video, and I thought having all the R.L. Stine rankings compiled into one video would be a nice little treat to hold you guys over. Oh, and for the record, this isn't some kind of quick cash grab either. You see, Haunting Hour and the Nightmare Room, they're fully monetized, but the Goosebumps ranking video, that's demonetized to hell and back. And this marathon is going to consist of all 3 ranking videos in their unaltered form, meaning this video is going to be demonetized to hell and back as well. So I'm not going to be seeing a single cent from this video. This video truly is for the fans. Or people with ADHD who can't focus on one thing without something playing in the background. Hey, I mean, no judgment, I get y'all. Anyways, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. Creepshow coming soon. Look out for that. The video title is pretty self-explanatory. I am going to be ranking all the Goosebumps episodes from worst to best. But first, I gotta establish some ground rules. First and foremost, I will be treating 2-part episodes as one full episode. Now, I completely recognize this may seem unfair because compared to singular standalone episodes, 2 parts have double the runtime, which is more time to flesh out the world, characters, and themes, as well as just having overall better pacing. But that's what you would think, because truth is, most 2 parts are severely stretched out, and trust me, you'll see that soon enough. So I see no problem counting 2 as 1. Plus, it makes my job a lot easier as Goosebumps has a total of 74 episodes, but when counting 2-parters as 1, it comes out to 56 episodes. Likewise, this makes the ranking flow a lot better, as it would be convoluted to have something like Camp Nightmare Part 1 ranked at 12, but then have Part 2 ranked at 29. Finally, I just want to go over my ranking criteria and what exactly I'm looking for in a Goosebumps episode to decide its rank. It really comes down to 3 things for me. Number 1, the scariness. This is kind of a no-brainer, but it's one of the most vital ones, so it's worth highlighting. Now, of course, this is children's horror we're talking about here. I'm reviewing the scariness within that realm. It's not like, oh, the body horror in Stay Out of the Basement was lame compared to the body horror in The Fly. Number 2, the ending. Now, it may seem odd that I'm singling out this one thing as a point of contention, but the endings to Goosebumps episodes are crucial.
We did it to help you, Brent.
To save you from the others.
I'll put it like this. If you haven't seen an episode since you were a child, you probably don't remember the episodes all too well. But I'm willing to bet you still remember a handful of the endings. Finally, number 3, basic story structure stuff. Narrative, themes, pacing, etc., etc., you get it. But that's it, and with all that out of the way, we can finally get to the ranking.
You will beware. You're in for a scare.
Who's there? Libby? Libby, is that you? Libby? Are you down here?
Remember when I said 2-parters were stretched out? Well, case in point, Attack of the Mutant. The pacing in this episode is so slow and not in a way that's building to anything. The main climax is over and done with in 2 minutes. As far as scariness goes, it's not scary at all. The main set pieces are full of bright colors and it's overly lit, and the main costume designs look like they're straight out of Bible Man, if any of you guys remember Bible Man. I get what they were going for with these kind of designs, with it being a comic book and whatnot, but it doesn't quite work. That, coupled with the cartoony over-the-top acting, it just doesn't evoke any strong emotions. And when I say the acting is cartoony and over-the-top, I'm not just talking about the comic book characters. I'm also talking about the supporting cast as well. The dad is this complete and utter cuck, while his wife is constantly reading romance novels.
Mom! Dad! I'm inside this comic book! Not
Not now.
Dad, you gotta see this!
Ooh,
Oh, did you get a letter to the editor published there?
No, Dad, look, I'm in the comic book.
I can't see a thing. Would you get that thing away from me? Can't you see what these onions are doing to my eyes?
Oh, well, there's a trick to cutting onions. You have no idea what it is.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, well. Oh, honey.
Now, the parents in Goosebumps episodes have been on the more exaggerated side, but never to this extent. Not the ending, but the central plot twist is that this character, Libby, is actually the masked mutant. It would have been a good twist if Libby's character was more active within the plot. Now, it is cool seeing Adam West in this episode, but even then, he comes and goes so fast, and what we're left with, in my opinion, is the worst Goosebumps episode. Oh, and in the end, the main character becomes a superhero with stretchy powers.
Elastic boy?
Stretch it! It's like somebody cast a spell on us. Not someone. Our own aunt. We have to call Mom and Dad.
Sorry, the person in this room is not available to take your call. If you'd like, you may leave a message at the tone.
Cheers.
An Old Story is the first of many short stories from Tales to Give You Goosebumps series to be adapted into a full episode. Perhaps because of this, the plot is pretty straightforward. An aunt, through the power of prunes, ages her nephews up to old people status. Why, you may ask? So she can sell them into marriage to her friends. It's creepy, but it's a different kind of creepy. Like, it's not like the other old ladies didn't know they were just young boys, because near the end, when they change back, they straight up want them to turn back into old people again.
Use those prunes and make us old again.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no! What happened to them? Mimi, grab the baby food. Oh, Lily, stand by with the emergency prune juice. Okay. Can you help me? They'll be whole again in no time.
This one's more on the comedic side. Majority of the episode is just the two boys reacting to being old, typical old jokes and whatnot.
It's a good thing, because I have to go to the bathroom. Again?
Didn't you just go?
Go? I haven't stopped.
While the episode is nothing to write home about, I do rather like the ending. It's a classic ambiguous ending that outside of the classic twist endings, Goosebumps are also known for.
John? Oh, no.
Listen, Mom, I've got to go. There's a small problem I need to take care of.
It's like a racetrack, only the different tracks have different surfaces. You know, sandpaper, rocks, sticky stuff. Hey, we can call it worms. Nature survivors.
I think that something died in there.
Oh, gross.
Is this supposed to be funny?
I didn't do it.
Wait, Worms is just kind of a nothing episode. This kid Ty is really obsessed with worms, like really obsessed. You see this man's room?
No wonder I don't get in here more often. It's gotten worse.
That's some dedication. But he's also cruel to them. So the worms, via supernatural unexplained means, rise up and scare and torture him to stop messing with worms. Even the Dark Souls-sized worm shows up to teach him a lesson. And really, that's all there is to this one. Now, I understand how this episode may be scary to some, but just not for me, because I'm just not creeped out by worms or any insect for that matter. I like my insect horror as a side dish, not the main course. Pacing is slow, the story ultimately goes nowhere, but the ending? It's so dumb I gotta laugh.
All we need is a few experiments. How long can fish live in hot water or cold water? How long can a freshwater fish survive in salt water? Stuff like that.
Isn't that kind of cruel? I mean, like, making them suffer like that?
Don't be such a baby. We've got to be scientific about this. I'm telling you, fish can't feel anything. Fish. Nature's survivors. I'm gonna have a bite of your sandwich, okay?
My sandwich? I thought it was your sandwich.
You know, being grown up isn't always so easy. You're 12. Sorry, that's the way it is. That's reality. That's reality. That's reality. That's reality. That's reality. That's reality. That's
Don't Go to Sleep is a bit of an unconventional one because it has a main character, Matt, who is nice and innocent, still gets screwed over in the end. You see, in Goosebumps episodes, there's 3 main character archetypes. The first one is the clean and innocent. These characters are good and pure, and because of this, the endings to their stories are usually good with some slight ambiguity. Next, you got Dick in the start, decent in the end. These are the characters that start off as complete assholes, but by the end, they learn a lesson and change. The story endings are good too, but with a lot more ambiguity. And lastly, the complete douche. Assholes from start to finish, and they always get what's coming to them in the end. So why my boy Maddie got a complete douche ending?
It's just a dream, Matt. It's just a dream. Back to reality. It's good old, boring reality.
Boring? Oh, Matt, the fun's just beginning.
Matt is ignored by his family, makes a passive remark about reality, and then these men in black figures are on his ass from start to finish. Matt is sent to all these different realities of which he is high importance in all of them. Pro hockey player, brain surgeon, bomb defusal guy. But the thing is, he's helpless in these positions. He doesn't know what to do in these instances, and he doesn't misuse his high status in any of these realities. Then the episode has the balls to squeeze out this contrived message of appreciate what you have. It just feels a little forced to me.
I thought that's what you wanted.
Well, I did. You know what? I think I'm gonna stay out of the attic from now on.
Okay, if that's what you want.
It is. You know what?
What?
Life is good just the way it is. And I think I'm gonna go to bed in my own room now.
Hold on. What's wrong? What's happening to me?
My Hero's Adventure is probably one of the more well-known bad ones. It's about a group of kids slowly turning into dogs, but then the episode goes, no, it's a group of dogs who got turned to humans slowly turning back into dogs again. Like, oh, okay. The episode tries to have this whole mystery component to it, with all the kids disappearing, but it's not very subtle, and it's abundantly obvious everyone's turning into dogs. But the scenes of the main character confronting his family is tense and creepy. Well, except for this one part.
Whoa! Cornworms, deadly. Fresh piece?
Don't know what you're doing.
Penny!
Jenny? Oh no. Oh no. I've turned my sister into a rabbit.
Bad Hair Day suffers from pacing problems. It feels like the plot is just slowly trudging along until the last 5 minutes. The basic premise is that a kid steals a magic kit from the Great Amazo. He finds a talking rabbit. His sister disappears, and then the rabbit helps the main character get his sister, all while saying how Amazo is actually the evil magician, and that he is the real good guy that just got transformed into a rabbit. And of course, the main character falls for this easily foreseeable ruse.
I tried a few of your tricks. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine. As long as... Hey, where's the rabbit? You didn't let him out, did you? He's very dangerous, very tricky. He used to be an evil magician, but I changed him into a rabbit for everyone's good.
He said you were the evil one.
Yeah, he would say that.
I think if the evil magician was portrayed as much more sinister, this would have worked a lot better. But he's completely over the top with his voiceover work and his camera presence. He gives off weird uncle vibes, not evil old magician vibes.
Midnight Mansion is proud to present for a return engagement, El Sydney.
Ordinarily, I only use Uno Rabito, but this trick doesn't always work so well. I guess I'm a little rusty. Rusty. Play, get it?
Easy. Mickey!
American Ghost is really only going to be scary to those who are scared of dogs. Overall, it's just on the boring side a bit. It's a really by the numbers Goosebumps episode. The main character and girl named Fergie do a bit of Freaky Friday with the dogs and swap bodies. And there's really not much else to say about this one. It's ghosts, it's dogs, they swap bodies. What do you want? What do you want?
Hello, bunny. I can't believe I was frightened by a cute little bunny. Aren't you cute?
Teacher's Pet is about a class on a camping trip in the woods when secretly the science teacher has been using the woods to make chimeras, which is essentially just two animals combined together, which I think is a really morbidly ethical, mature subject for Goosebumps to explore, if they explored it, that is, because they don't. Only in the last 3 minutes is this thought really unveiled. The pacing really isn't that good in this one, but it has great imagery. Seeing all the animal parts in jars, all the snake skin hanging up on the rack, it almost makes me forget how dumb the science teacher being a snake really is.
The ultimate predator. And you're the prey.
Look, he's half human, half snake, but if he wants to turn into a snake, he turns into a regular sized snake, not a human sized snake, despite what the initial transformation shows. But hey, at least he lives on as this weird looking fly at the end of the episode. Scared of sponges? If the answer is no, there's probably nothing here for you. It's a story of a family moving to a new house. The main antagonist of the story is a sponge. I didn't stutter. The sponge itself is not scary. It feels like the production budget was lower than most episodes for this one. Or they just handed a sponge to a production designer and said, make it scary. Which in that case, fair enough, brother. I wouldn't know how to make it scary either. That being said, I do kind of like the concept behind the sponge. The sponge feeds off negative energy, it uses that energy to make bad things happen, those bad things happen, thus letting out more negative energy. It's an infinite, never-ending cycle. The only problem is, they only explore this in the second half of the episode, when the first half is just focused on solely scaring you with the sponge's presence itself, which, once again, it's not scary, it looks like a chicken McNugget. Plus, the easy counter to this monster would be positive energy, which is exactly how they defeat him.
Did I ever tell you what a wonderful sponge you are? Right, keep going. So handsome, so terrific.
Of course, brilliant. Kill it with kindness.
I love your big, beautiful eyes, all of them.
I love what you've done with your hair.
And that skin, so damp, yellow, and absorbent.
When I grow up, I want to be a killer sponge just like you.
Also, the ending has a vampire potato show up. It may sound random, but it's mentioned early in the episode and it works as a nice callback. Not really scary, but damn, that potato looks leagues better than the sponge.
A potato?
I'm going to see the thumb screws.
Night in Terror Tower is a time travel story, and ooh, boy is it a mess. So let me explain. These two kids in the present got sent back in time to medieval times, then they go back to the present time and have some form of amnesia, then they get thrust back in time where it's told to them that they were actually royalty, a prince and a princess, respectfully, and they were sent to the future so they don't get beheaded. Some evil uncle or something overthrew their family, it doesn't matter. But now they're stuck in the past, full memory is back, and they're waiting the execution, but at the last minute, time travel back to the future, ending the story. It's a mess, and it's more complicated than it needed to be. But they nail the atmosphere of the medieval times, and the scene where they're going to get their heads chopped off with all the other prisoners on death row screaming is well done.
Bring forth the condemned.
Weird. Definitely weird. We shouldn't have opened it. We didn't. Did you hear something? Yeah. Sounded like something.
This is one of the more forgettable ones. A vampire chases two kids around. Vampire turns out to be their grandpa, conversely making them vampires as well.
Oh, don't worry. They hurt a bit at first. But by the time you've had your first meal, they'll be fine. Happy birthday!
I do like the set pieces and the way things are shot, and the ending of the family finally reuniting is touching, but largely forgettable as a whole. Plus it has a really cheesy ending, even for Goosebumps standards.
Happy birthday, Kara. Yeah, happy birthday.
I get the top coffin.
If you've seen Phantom of the Opera, you've seen Phantom of the Auditorium, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. It takes a classic story such as Phantom of the Opera and recontextualizes it for kids by putting it in a setting and using characters kids will relate to, which is okay in my book. But that being said, it is just the same story again. Also wildly unrealistic. This is a middle school drama club. Look at this stage. It's got a trap exit and everything. I don't know what the budget was for this club's production, but in real life, high schools don't get shit. And once again, this is a middle school.
That was marvelous, just marvelous! What about the scenery? Oh, and Corey! Oh, weren't you sensational? Where's Zeke? Oh, of course!
Now this is where my bias is going to show a little bit, because this one revolves around mummies and ancient Egyptian pyramids. First and foremost, I think mummies are cool, and I think pyramids and anything relating to ancient Egypt is also cool. None of this is scary to me. The environments are nicely lit and framed. It's clearly trying its hardest with the scares and creep factor here, but I'm sorry, it just doesn't do anything for me. Plus the second half of the episode stops trying to be scary and shifts gears into a more adventure exploration type episode. Very Indiana Jones-esque, which is fine, it works, but I was just wishing they were more consistent with tone.
Tell them the mummy walked.
And his sister's a 4,000-year-old beetle.
And they almost got together and ruled Egypt again.
You're right. Nothing but the truth.
It's too bad you can't stay.
I wish I could, but I'm looking forward to getting back where the dead stay off their feet. But hey, maybe you can come visit me next year. Okay, everybody.
Cheese. Cheese.
Say Cheese and Die is fantastic conceptually, but falls flat in execution. It's played too lighthearted. A character literally disappears and comes back like it's nothing. She acts like nothing happened, which is funny because in the sequel episode, she makes a big deal about it, and rightfully so, to be honest.
Greg.
Sherry. Are you okay?
Yeah. Well, I guess so.
Where were you?
I don't know.
You don't know? Didn't Spidey kidnap you?
No. It's so unreal. All of a sudden, I was back in my backyard.
What do you have there?
Nothing.
It's that camera. You went back and got it?
I had to. I gave my report and Mr. Sauer thought I was making it up. If I don't prove to him the camera exists, he's gonna fail me.
Then fail.
Look, you don't understand.
No, you look. That camera is evil, remember? We had a pact never to touch it again. Take it home now. You can put it back after school.
You can't tell me what to do. It's my grade.
Don't you remember how dangerous that camera is? All the horrible things it did? It made me disappear.
I gotta get to school.
The scientist is way too goofy to be taken seriously. The only reason why people would probably bring this one up still is because of the iconic original cover, or the fact that the main character, Greg, was played by Ryan Gosling.
Doing anything like that again.
Me neither.
Greg, you took the camera. I didn't even notice I had it.
We've got to put it back.
Ain't no way we're going back now.
Check out the epitaph. Though his bones are but dust, his spirit lives on forever.
Terry, don't you want to go to the beach?
I love it that everything around here is so old.
Despite having beach in its title, Ghost Beach doesn't really take advantage of its setting, which is a shame because you don't see very many horror stories take place on a beach. Other than that, this episode is just a bunch of ghosts gaslighting each other. The two kids, Sam and Louisa, say the man in the cave is a ghost. The man in the cave says Sam and Louisa are a ghost. It goes back and forth. Sam and Louisa are the ones who are actually ghosts, by the way. And so are Jerry and Terry's parents, cousins that they stay with. They're not their uncles, they're not their grandparents, so they can get away with them being ghosts. I avoided commenting on this up to this point, but god damn, the four main children can act. It's really apparent with Sam and Louisa because they tell their honestly very tragic backstory on how they died, but the delivery is so off. I don't feel anything.
I never had a chance to live.
The first winter, it wasn't fair.
We never had a life at all.
We all died in the cold.
Hungry. We were so hungry. Stay with us, cousins.
Join us. We dug such nice graves.
Normally I can overlook something like this, because in the end of the day, this is children's, it's a TV show, I get it. But it really took me out of the episode.
Maybe he's not such a bad dog, Brad. Maybe he's quite a good dog.
It's a little early for breakfast. Terry, Jerry, why don't you kids go and set the table while Agatha gets busy in the kitchen? Don't say you're not hungry.
This one's not scary at all. I mean, you got an Elvis impersonator pilot in the first act. It's kind of hard to reel it back from that. There's this whole thing about jungle magic, which is believed to be stored in this shrunken head by Mark's aunt, who was like the top cheese of the jungle or something. But it turns out she actually stored it in Mark, leaving the third act looking something like this. It's wacky, it's goofy, but I was never bored by it. Other over-the-top episodes end up just being kind of boring, but this one is constantly moving. New dumb shit is constantly being thrown into the mix. It makes up some ground from being entertaining.
Mark? Mom! It was chasing me! It's alive! Alive!
Ed, I'd like you to meet Mark, my son.
Yeah.
You'll call me?
Sheena, what'd you do?
It wasn't me. Billy?
Deep Trouble plays out like a B movie from the 50s. Special effects even look like it too. But there's not much to this one, to be honest. Chemicals make organisms grow at a considerable rate, ends up in the ocean somehow. There's a double cross in there somewhere, and half fish, half humans. It's nothing special, but viewing it through the lens of a campy 50s sci-fi film, then it actually becomes a little cute. And it's pretty fun throughout.
And what a ripoff. That looks totally fake.
Run, Alex!
Blob That Ate Everybody actually isn't about a blob that ate everyone. It's about a magic typewriter, or a boy. Let me back it up. Kid finds a typewriter, whatever he types out comes true. But he needs so much convincing that whatever he types out comes true. And by the end, he finally believes it in the last 5 minutes when the blob creation finally comes to life, which at that point, it's revealed, oh, it's not the typewriter, it's whatever he thinks really hard about will come true.
We're toast.
Wait a minute. When Adam typed on it, nothing happened.
What are you talking about?
He typed that the blob was in the basement. When we went down there, it wasn't there.
Well, it's here now.
Don't you get it? It's not the typewriter, it's me. I have the power. Maybe all I have to do is think, and the blob will be gone.
Well, do me a favor. Think fast.
I think the concept is great, I just don't think it's very scary. The practical effects on the blob itself are great though. I wish we got to see the blob terrorizing the town. It's only talked about via characters, but I get it, children's TV show budget. Also, hey, there's this cute little nod to the books themselves.
Reader beware. You're in for a scare. Nah. Whoa! Man, these things are weird looking.
Revenge of the Gnomes is a bit on the cartoony side. I mean, you got this general over here.
Move it, soldier. You're gonna replant this entire garden by the weekend. All right, over to the Pentagon.
But the stars of the episodes, without a doubt, are the lawn gnomes, which already looks slightly off, but when they come alive, they're just full on creepy. I think the downside to this story really is just the same old tired formula Goosebumps falls into time and time again. That being, boy sees something unbelievable, no one believes him, he gives blame for the mess of the monster, nobody still believes him, finally someone believes him when they see the monster too. Climax, resolution, twist ending, or ambiguous ending. It's a good episode, it just follows the formula a bit too close.
Hideous lawn ornament. That.
camera. Here, let me show you how it's done. Say cheese.
It's the same characters from the first episode, but played entirely by different actors. Yes, that even includes Ryan Gosling. Not only do they all look completely different, but they all act completely different. I already talked about how this girl, Sherry, went from being cool with not existing to freaking out, justifiably, once again. Well, it's the exact opposite with Greg. In the first one, he was constantly mortified by the camera, fearful of what it can do. But in Stage Season Die, again, he goes back to get the camera because he wants to get an A in a class. Pretty weak call to adventure, but what it messes up in characterization, it makes up for by its premise. This time, Greg accidentally takes Sherry's picture, which comes out negative, and then Sherry takes Greg's picture, which comes out fat. Sherry slowly implodes while Greg slowly explodes. It's a great ticking clock element and a horrific scenario. My problem really is just the characterization of Greg.
Please don't.
Look at this. That's quite amusing. You've got an instant camera in there, and here's a trick photograph. You went to a lot of trouble, though.
It's not a trick.
Of course it's a trick. What are you talking about?
Look, he's losing his hair.
But you're proof.
What's happening here?
Funny. Ow! Hey! She won't let me go! Cut it out! Stop it! Let her go! Let me go! Help me! Let me go right now!
Ooh, boy. One of the first of many Night of the Living Dummy episodes on here. Now look, I know Slappy is one of the most iconic Goosebumps monsters. Hell, he's pretty much the mascot at this point, but he's just not scary to me. He's a doll. He comes up to my thighs. I can punch him across the room. I mean, hell, in this episode, he's knocked over and his head completely shatters. Plus, the things Slappy does in this episode is just mischievous, nothing sinister. Also, I have a slight gripe over Slappy's design. I like it, but something was lost in translation from the original book covers. Something about Slappy's beady little eyes from the covers really gives me chills that I just don't get from this episode Slappy, or the Goosebumps TV series Slappy in general. To be fair, this is also something I don't think the 2015 Goosebumps film got right either. All in all, it is a classic episode, but I think my personal biases just kind of get in the way.
Hey, Amy. Guess who?
Keep away from me.
We're partners, Amy, remember? Wasn't very nice of you to dump me in the sewer like that.
What do you want?
Don't you get it yet? You can't get rid of me.
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember, Amy? You spoke the words. Peru, Marie, Odanaloma.
Molyneux Carano?
You and I are one now. Inseparable. You are my slave. Hello, Jimmy. What's a nice boy like you doing in a place like this? What? Not what. Who? The name's Slappy, and I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
Now my complaints about Slappy being physically weak are pretty much qualmed here. He gets his head bashed against the table, characters struggle to keep a door closed when he's trying to come through, and he's massacred a bunch of other dummies. They certainly try to make Slappy more of a threat in this one, and the overall tone is considerably darker. This is probably because the original story was a Goosebumps Series 2000 adaptation, which I'll talk about more later. This episode makes the audience believe that Slappy wants to marry this little girl's doll, but it turns out he just wants to marry the little girl?
My marriage to the most perfect girl in the world.
Oh, Slappy, you say the nicest things. And now I'm ready to be your bride.
What? You? I don't want you, you cheap plastic. I want her. You will be mine, Kenny. You will be my slave forever.
Then he gets sawed to death and his soul possesses another kid, and the episode ends. It goes off the rails in the very end, when the rest of the episode is grounded, relatively speaking.
Harrison? Are you okay? Harrison?
Sorry, folks.
Harrison doesn't live here anymore.
This episode almost feels like a deconstruction or commentary on Goosebumps itself, because the whole premise is about a girl who can't be scared. Two boys try and scare her, real monster shows up, and that can't even scare her. Actually talks it to death, and that's it. It's not scary, it's more comedic in nature, which isn't a bad thing. It was actually a breath of fresh air. Watching hours of Goosebumps episodes and becoming numb to its tropes, it was nice to see some self-awareness.
Shouldn't we get out of the rain? What for? Yeah. I just gotta tell you, okay, life just isn't fair. Oh, thanks, man.
You are no longer welcome at Hill House, and if you should ever come back, I shall not be responsible for what the spirits may do. You have no respect.
I'm gonna keep this one brief because there's really not much to say here. It's a basic story about ghosts with the classic twist of some of the human characters actually being ghosts too. Not the main characters though. It's a little bland, it's a little boring, it's a little by the numbers, but the atmosphere is nice and spooky, the scenes are lit very well, and the acting is really good. Near the end, I was generally unnerved by some of the performances. Pretty boring, but overall very solid.
We heard the place was haunted.
Haunted, right? And I'm a ghost. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be very happy here.
Very heavy.
Ben.
Hey, what's your problem?
Hey, look at all those ants. That's disgusting.
A couple years back, my friends and I dubbed this the worst Goosebumps episode. Now after watching other Goosebumps episodes, as you can clearly see, it's not. I'm hesitant to even call it bad. I think it's just okay. My only real gripes are that the Exterminator character is way too zany, and that the whole episode is a dream, making the overall episode kinda invalid. Maybe seen as a cop-out, but when the ending turns out to be that humans are the size of ants, and ants are the size of humans all along, I'm okay with it. It's a little dumb, I'll admit, but I can't help but smile.
Mr. Lance!
You're thinking if things had been maybe just a little bit different. We'd be the dominant species instead of them.
I dreamt that things were different. And ants were so small you could fit 1,000 of them in one hand. And it was your job to kill them.
Don't let them hear you say that.
It seems so real.
Okay then, bye.
Wait. I'd like to give you something for being so kind to a stranger.
You don't have to give me anything, really.
Most young people wouldn't be so kind. You must let me repay you, please. I insist. I shall grant you 3 wishes.
Be Careful What You Wish For is literally a Be Careful What You Wish For story that I think just leans in the wrong direction. I'll break it down. Our main character, Sam, gets 3 wishes. Her first wish is for her to be the best on the basketball team, and while the wish comes true, it subsequently makes all her other teammates suck, making Sam best by default. Great, good establishing wish demonstrating the flaws in the wishing system. Then she wishes for everyone to buzz off, turning everyone into flies. This is where a majority of the episode takes place, conceptually very frightening, having all your loved ones be reduced to puny flies, but the episode doesn't really explore that angle too much. Third and final wish is for everything to go back to normal, but Sam's bully, Judith, thinks Sam is the greatest. Her words, not mine.
Tell me your wish.
I wish everything to go back to normal, the way it was before the flies, except I want Judith to be my friend.
All right.
No, wait. I want Judith to think I'm the greatest.
And this is what I like. And this is what the episode should have focused on more, because Judith is obsessed with Sam. It starts off normal, but then goes into the extreme. It feels very similar to something like Stephen King's Misery. But before you know it, the episode's over, and Judith is a statue. But overall, very solid, just maybe a little misguided.
I wish that wherever I was, people would gather around and admire me.
Oh, look, how beautiful.
It's lovely. Yes!
Seth, you heard your mother. Give your sister the remote.
Look, guys, I'm sorry, but sometimes you just drive me nuts. Now, I hope during this brief timeout, you'll chill a little bit.
Click is about a boy who buys a universal remote that he can use to pause, rewind, and fast forward real life. I gotta get this out of the way. Yes, this episode air date predates Adam Sandler's film Click by almost a decade too, and over a decade from when the story was originally published. Do I think the Sandman ripped off the idea? No, this concept isn't all that original, and the story and the two are completely different. Okay, that out of the way, this episode is fun, just not very scary, but there is a Twilight Zone-esque quality to it, with the demeanor and overall appearance of the armchair electronics in this story. Solid, fun, just not scary. Overall, it's a good watch.
Always be sure to keep the Verona XG20 Universal Remote Control away from children. It's not a toy.
Whoever this is, you're not funny.
Hello, Trina. You shouldn't be here. It's past your bedtime.
Come off it, Daniel. I know it's you. You can't disguise your voice from me.
Trina, I heard some bumping in the hallway. Was that you?
This is the last Night of the Living Dummy entry on this ranking, and it is the best one. Which, yeah, they didn't ever adapt the first one. They went right to 2 and 3 and then Bride. I think the third one is the best one though, because it really nails the sibling and cousin dynamics, as well as Slappy being an actual threat. He can bring other dummies to life and even turn humans into dummies. He's still physically weak, but at least he's an actual threat now. Also, the pacing is perfect. Slappy doesn't start doing anything until part 2, but that's fine because part 1 utilizes that time to establish the characters and fleshing them out. Also, Slappy fucking explodes in the end.
Is hungry. I'm gonna take her upstairs. Oh.
Strained Peas is like switched at birth, but the baby's a monster. It's a tired formula of the main character knowing the monster and then the family and friends not believing it. But Nick, our main character, can't really fight back in any way. Because yeah, the monster is a baby, you can probably just push in its soft spot and kill it, end of story. But you can't exactly go and drop flying elbows on your baby sister and not get thrown in jail. As opposed to something like fighting a werewolf or a dummy where you can kill those things and your family's not gonna give a shit. So it's a scenario in which only Nick is aware of the monster, but he can't really do anything. And I know I said the twist up front, but it's a genuinely good twist.
Oh, Chloe. Can I hold her? Sure. There you go. Yeah, he's got you. He's got you.
Who picked out your clothes?
Ah, look, darling, she looks just like
So
me.
cute. She has got your eyes.
It's just a chair.
Boo. Is this supposed to scare us?
Full disclosure, this episode only ranks this high because of the ending. Because outside of that, it's a pretty forgettable episode about this kid being haunted by a ghost. But the ending, man, this is the ending that has stuck with me since childhood.
It won't hurt you, Brent. We promise.
This episode starts off as a ghost story, then shifts to a robot story, then accumulates at the end to be a ghost versus robot story. I don't know what you're expecting from an episode about pianos. It's a bit ridiculous, but what saves the episode is the unsettling performance of all the robot actors. Also, the visuals of the disembodied hands playing piano is haunting. Something about it rubs me the wrong way, almost as if the datedness of the effect makes it seem even more creepy somehow.
This is your punishment for terrorizing the boy. You will practice and practice.
How much longer?
Till eternity, you lazy boy.
Now y'all already know my stance on mummies being cool, but this one works because it brings the mummies to the suburb, which already makes the setting much more familiar to kids. Other than that, it's just the mummy running amok in the house, but all the scenes are lit beautifully and have a good sense of atmosphere. On top of that, the mummy costume and prosthetics itself looks fantastic. I think it's really the best I'm going to like a mummy-centric episode.
Encourage her. Oh, Mom, she just wants a little.
They were. Aaron! It won't come off! Come on! It's not coming off. It's too strong.
Not much to say here, very solid throughout. Great setting with it being a horror film theme park. Lends itself very well to certain scares. There's a good mystery throughout, but of course with it being Goosebumps, it turns out that the kids were robots all along. And it's actually very subtly foreshadowed throughout, which when it comes to Goosebumps endings, they're either not foreshadowed at all and come out of left field, or it's done with no subtlety. I wish the scope of the theme park was a bit bigger, but I get it, it's kids television.
I'd say you made us plenty durable.
Durable enough for revenge, anyway.
And you thought you could just discard us.
But I deactivated you.
So you thought.
I guess there are some things you don't know about us, aren't there?
Now, I'm technically breaking the rules here because this is a two-parter, but the titles don't reflect it. They're called Monster Blood and More Monster Blood, compared to the more normal naming convention, which would have been something like Monster Blood Part 1 and Monster Blood Part 2. And also, they both feel completely different. They have completely different settings, completely different characters, except for our main character, and completely different stories. Okay? Okay. Monster Blood is essentially the Blob. It grows the more it consumes, except it's fun. You can stretch it, you can bounce into the sky. It makes perfect sense why these kids want to mess around with it. And it is terrifying. The Blob film has been out since the 60s, so I know it's not anything original here. But I love the backstory and its use of witchcraft. It's a shame how there isn't many Goosebumps stories involving witchcraft or witches in general. It feels like the series has covered all the classic Halloween staples, but not witches that much.
Flying makes me nervous. Don't worry. I'm sure we're gonna have a perfectly normal flight.
Rules of play. Rule number 1. Don't open the box. Why wouldn't they want us to open the box?
Not much to this one. It's essentially Scary Mario Party, complete with puzzle minigames and all. I mean, it certainly tested their friendship like Mario Party. It's fun, it's scary, and overall pretty good, but not leaving me much to talk about.
I lost my kitty cat. The door was open, and it just ran right in.
It's okay. We'll go get it for you.
But what if you can't find it?
Don't worry. We'll find it. Wait here. We'll be right back.
No! Hannah, don't! It's not safe! You're right. There is a ghost around here. It's you.
I think The Ghost Next Door is pretty solid throughout, but why it ranks this high is solely because of the ending. It's one of the very few, if not only, emotional endings to a Goosebumps episode. Let me set it up. Hannah is a ghost who has returned to the real world, but only this kid Donnie can see her. She wonders why she's returned. Meanwhile, this figure called the Spirit distracts Hannah by teaching her how to scare people. Really, it's all a ploy because Danny is set to die in a house fire at midnight, and once he does, the Spirit will take his soul or something. I don't know, it's weird. Hannah recognizes that's why she came back, to save Danny. And with her goal completed, she rejoins her family and moves on to the afterlife again. This, coupled with the music, is profoundly beautiful for a Goosebumps episode.
Goodbye, Danny. Thank you, Hannah. Just a friend, Mom. I'm just talking to a friend. I can't see a thing.
The House of No Return feels like a really solid, really simple campfire story. The house itself is super creepy and well lit. Acting is really good, especially from the character of Chris.
Hello? Yeah, sure, that'd be great. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, bye.
Robbie?
Yeah, it's this kid I met down the street. He's got 2 friends, Lori and Nathan. They want me to go hang out with them at the mall.
Well, I'm glad you're making some new friends already.
Yeah, maybe this place isn't as bad as I thought it was.
You see? I told you.
All right, I'm gonna walk over to Robbie's.
Chris,
Yeah, Mom.
they're nice kids.
Yeah, they're all right. I don't think they're too smart, but they're okay. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye, Mom.
I feel like there's not much more to say about this one though. It's actually a great first episode to watch if you want to watch a bunch of Goosebumps episodes.
Where's Chris?
He left.
Left? Out the back door. We didn't want him to leave, did we?
Oh no, we wanted him to stay. We love children.
But he made a deal with us.
A deal? What kind of a deal?
A very good deal. A real bargain, oh yes.
Can we make a deal?
Oh, you could never make the kind of deal he made. Very pleasing to my wife.
What kind of a bargain was it?
He promised that if we let him go, 3 children would take his place.
3 for 1 trade. 3 children.
And you know how much we love children.
Now we have 3 more.
He promised you'd come, and here you are, right on schedule.
What are you gonna do to us?
Clark? Clark? Okay, that's enough. Let's get out of here.
Now, I talked about my biases when it comes to things like mummies and how it could rank certain episodes lower than they really should be. But now I'm going to talk about biases that are going to place things a bit higher. And the truth is, I'm a sucker for stories based in the countryside. Something about the rural setting works so well for horror. The location and sets they used for this one in particular was dead on, and they all look great. Speaking of looking great, the monster costume / animatronic looks amazing here. They do show the monster in direct light a little too much, but they're honestly probably just wanting to show off how sick it was. And I don't blame them. The only downside to this one is it's a bit hokey and it's got that Goosebumps cheese.
So, got any more ideas?
Carlsville is open. Time to play.
The trilogy is the only 3-parter in the show's run. It's also the only episode to not come from the books, which is impressive. The writers for this show definitely knew the Goosebumps formula at this point, and they made a pretty damn good 3-parter. Granted, I think each part gets worse than the last, but I think overall it's good. All 3 stories follow 3 different kids getting sucked into Carlsville, run by this dude, Carl. Each of the 3 stories pertain to their personalities and they all learn lessons. Pretty standard stuff here. Part 1 definitely is the most scary simply because they have a Pinocchio situation with the girl turning into a pig, and the pig costume is very well done. So much so, this pig costume was the only thing to scare me out of this show as a kid. Part 2 is much more comedic and part 3 is more action. So it's actually a nice blend between horror, comedy, and action, but because those 3 elements pertain to those 3 episodes respectively, they don't blend homogeneously together, and I really think that's the big downside to it all. This one's a pretty standard werewolf story, but off the bat I got a comment on the environment as it looks authentic and amazing. A good sense of atmosphere is evoked from this. Whoever did the location scouting for this episode, nice job. On top of all that, the werewolf costume is great, but what's even greater is they never show it off fully. They always just show you enough for your imagination to take over the rest. Overall, it's a pretty standard werewolf story, just executed at a masterful level. More Monster Blood is infinitely more terrifying than its counterpart because it takes place on a plane. And this time around, we got a fun cast of characters. I mean, they're all basic stereotypes like nerd, bully, girl, but I feel like their dialogue and on-screen chemistry is very good. I do, however, roll my eyes at the ending a bit. Monster Blood dying because of airplane food. What's the deal with airplane? No, fuck that. That's not going in. I mean, what happened to all the witchcraft mumbo jumbo that got rid of it in the first place? That's the real key difference between these two. The first one really is more a tale about two witches, with the monster blood just being a background element. When in this one, the monster blood is first and center, which is personally how I enjoy my monster blood.
I get this green stuff in my hand, and the next thing I know.
Hey, Allison. We're ready for you. You okay to go back to work now?
Cry the Cat opens up with a 3-minute parody of The Exorcist that is actually funny before revealing it was all just on a film set.
Hey, Larry. Guess what? I'm calling my agent.
I know I was in a ride at that point, and boy was I right. Any scene on set is great and funny, which is rare to say because a lot of Goosebumps jokes just don't land for me at all. But the jokes in this episode are quick, witty, and there's a snappiness to the overall comedy here, especially when it comes to the director character. I think I genuinely laughed at all of his scenes.
We're gonna be shooting there tonight. Isn't it fabulous?
I guess.
How are you anyway, darling? How was your lunch?
Well, actually.
Good, good. Now, in this scene, the monster cat is tearing up your house, okay? He's already got to the babysitter's boyfriend, and the pizza guy. Now it's up to you to save the day. You're looking for a weapon, anything you can use. You check here, 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 and that's when you find this, the can of spoiled tuna, which later you use to poison the evil beast. Okay, got it? Great. You're fabulous. I love you. I'm never working with kids again.
And maybe this is all a result of being a Goosebumps Series 2000 adaptation. I mentioned it briefly on The Bride of the Living Dummy, but in 1997, Goosebumps was falling in popularity after 5 years of being a phenomenon. So in very early 1998, Goosebumps rebranded as Goosebumps Series 2000. The main point of this was to attract slightly older demographic. Not young adult, more so preteens and young teens. So the stories in the Series 2000s were a bit more darker, a bit more serious, and a bit more mature. And you can actually see it kind of in The Bride of the Living Dummy. The episode has such a fun energy throughout, and the effects on the demon cat are pretty good, but holy shit! The half human, half cat is genuinely creepy. I'm telling you this as a 20-year-old man. I'm creeped out by this, and this show is meant for kids.
You know, the only thing I didn't like about that movie, it didn't have a twist ending. I hate that.
Yeah, me too. I love a good twist ending.
Now it's empty! Go! More houses! What's more houses? Trick or treat forever! Forever!
You're the ones. You took them. Kidnapped the 4 missing people. Run!
This one feels a bit more real than the rest of them because the episode takes place on Halloween and there's a plot element throughout the entire episode about missing people and kidnapping. Like the parents being worried that their kids were going to be kidnapped on Halloween is something I grew up around. It feels like every Halloween my parents would debate if it was okay for me to go out trick-or-treating alone with my friends. Of course, the immediate and main concern for my mother was being kidnapped. And even though I wanted to go out with just my friends, such discussions always made me slightly on edge throughout the entire night. And this episode encapsulates that so perfectly. There's even this unnerving dream sequence where they do get kidnapped, and this scene scared me as a kid. The biggest downside of that episode is the ending, with it turning out to be just aliens with socks for heads. I don't mind aliens in a Goosebumps story, but when the rest of the episode was so grounded and real, this just falls flat. Let it be known, if this episode had a better ending, I think without a doubt this could have cracked top 10.
You eat humans?
Only when we're hungry. We just finished a 4-course meal earlier tonight.
4-course meal? The 4 missing people.
Oh, by the way, we're pretty full, but I wouldn't eat all that candy. It might fatten you up, and we will be back next year 2 feet again. Happy Halloween.
Too long, I'm starting to see things too.
Yes, it's another werewolf story, but it's got a new, fresh spin on it. This time, werewolves don't just transform at the sight of a full moon, rather they'll seek out their werewolf skin to transform and shed it in the morning. There's nothing more to say really. It has the same good execution that Werewolf of Fever Swamp had, but it has a slightly more unique premise when it comes to werewolves.
What the? Hannah?
Look who's here.
Hi, Alex.
This one's actually really terrifying conceptually. Repeatedly regressing in age every day, becoming more and more powerless the younger you get. And the solution to stop this is pretty simple. Just turn the head on the cuckoo clock back around to normal position. With a straightforward solution like that being increasingly hard to obtain, further exemplifies the powerlessness Michael is really feeling. Once again, the concept is scary, while the episode is well lit throughout, and most of it actually takes place on a birthday party, which could be the irony in all of it. All of this to say the environments weren't really scary, but the ending though. Michael accidentally changes time so that his sister was never born. That to me is way more messed up than just murdering her straight up. Like, the last 2 minutes could have just been Michael stabbing his sister, and like, yeah, I would have been shocked, but I would eventually move on. But in this scenario, he denies her sister a chance at existence.
I think I found the flaw. Look, the year 1988 is missing.
That's the year Tara would have been born.
Who's Tara?
Nobody, Dad. Nobody.
Come and eat, you nut.
Yeah, I'll be there in a second. So Tara has never been born. I suppose there's some way to go back in time and get her, right? I guess I probably ought to do that. And I will. One of these days.
Got Becky and Lila next door. Well, they're playing in their wading pool.
Couldn't they see it coming?
Toe biter can camouflage itself as anything, even water.
You're lying!
Ask Becky to take off her shoe. She'll show you. Ask her.
Don't use your foot!
Do it real quick.
Ah! Ah! Get away!
The Girl Who Cried Monster is a classic take of, well, The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Except in The Boy Who Cried Wolf, he got what was coming to him and there was a lesson to be learned. The girl in The Girl Who Cried Monster turns out to be a monster, and she is fine in the end. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the lesson here is, but god damn, the practical effects are good. Granted, they reuse the exact same sequence of shots for the transformation scene, but I can overlook that. I especially love the cathedral-esque library. It's a great set piece. It actually kind of reminds me of Resident Evil 2 a bit. The ending is a classic twist, and even ends with some great hokiness, but not too over the top.
Oh man, talk about timing. Well, what's for dessert?
Well, it was going to be a surprise, but since you asked.
You like cherry pie?
Sure.
Pardon me.
Much like how Slappy is the iconic Goosebumps monster, Herland is the iconic Goosebumps setting. I mean, it was a late 90s video game as well as a late 2000s video game for Wii, DS, and PS2. Hell, Goosebumps even came back in the late 2000s as Goosebumps Horrorland, which was the first Goosebumps series with an overarching plot. Quick sidetrack, my brother and I growing up played the shit out of the Horrorland game for Wii and DS. I know for sure we 100%ed the Wii game, and I'm pretty sure we 100%ed the DS game, but I'm not too sure. Hey! Let's talk about the episode actually. A family finds himself in Horrorland, which is said to be a theme park, but it's more similar to a carnival or a fair, definitely due to budgetary reasons. But I'm totally okay with this. Something about a smaller, less fantastical locale really adds to the horror for me. One thing that was super refreshing is that the parents and the children are on the same page throughout the whole episode. Usually the parents in Goosebumps episodes are completely oblivious to what's going on until the very end, and sometimes they never know what's going on. Also, seeing the parents scared and in danger adds to the overall scariness because they're adults and yet they're feeling the same way as their kids. Now the second half takes place on a game show and it is significantly weaker than the Horrorland stuff and significantly more comedic too. But I believe the humor actually walks the fine line of being actually funny but not taken away from the overall tone.
Setting foot in a theme park again.
Or a TV studio.
Hey, Dad, where are you going?
I don't know.
I don't think this is the time to be clowning around.
I am not clowning around. What's wrong with the steering?
There sure is, because you're not steering it. I am. Whoa! Now that's what I call a cliffhanger.
Will the Morris family ever get out of Horrorland? Tune in next week to the Monster Channel.
I am sick of these scary human shows.
Well, perhaps we should just talk.
That's a good idea.
Cool. Is there a light?
Yeah, there's one.
Max? Where'd you go? Max? He's gone.
I'm surprised this one ranks so high, and what I really think comes down to is everything is executed so well. Because this episode's not scary, it's more sci-fi and mystery than horror, but that's fine because the premise is strong enough to keep me intrigued throughout. But also, the pacing was well done. They don't linger on things for too long, and they don't do that no one believes the main character thing. But what really got to me about this episode were the characters. They're so fun, and the chemistry bounces off one another so well, it feels organic.
You won't even tell me. Whatever this incredible secret of yours is, it better be good.
Don't worry. It's only the most incredible discovery in the entire universe.
Yeah, right. That's the most incredible thing in the entire universe.
This also is helped by the fact that all the main characters, all the kids, are actually good actors. I think my main gripe with this episode is the visual effects. Now, it's a children's television show from the mid-90s. Of course the visuals are gonna be dated. And I haven't really talked about the bad effects this far, because if I did, I would have to talk about bad visual effects on every single entry on this list. Borderline. But this episode is an exception because the visual effects actually dragged me out of the episode. Other episodes with bad visual effects, I was able to look past it, but not this one.
I'm gonna seal up that wall so we never have to set foot in that room again.
You two doing housework? I better get my camera.
There's a first time for everything, Dad.
Toss me a cup there, sport.
Since when did you start throwing with your right hand? Noah?
Welcome to Dead House is the first Goosebumps book ever written, and if this episode is a faithful adaptation, it certainly feels that way, and I mean that in the most flattery way possible, because this episode feels a bit more dark and mature, and doesn't have any of the Goosebumps cheese quite yet, almost as if this story was made for older kids in mind, before the demographic of Goosebumps really settled down. Just like Horrorland, the parents are involved in the strange happenings around them. The last act really just turns into a zombie act pretty much, but these guys just die by sunlight instead. It's just some fun, scary action to cap off the episode, and it is extremely well done and pretty horrific.
It's Petey! Stop! Pull over! Come on, Petey! Come on,
Petey, let's go! Close the door!
Oh, Petey, we were glad to see you. Petey, where have you been? Oh, what's wrong with him?
Dad? He never hears stuff when he's working. Dad?
Stay out of the basement!
One of the more infamous episodes, and yeah, it's a bona fide classic. The suspense is high, the pacing slowly builds throughout, the body horror is fantastic for a kid's show. It does end with the whole "I'm real, he's fake, shoot him" shtick, but I think it's justified by the ambiguous ending.
Margaret. Margaret, help me. Please help me. I'm your father. I'm your real father.
Oh, I'm your father.
No, I'm your father.
I'm your father.
I'm your father.
No, I'm your father.
What is it?
Don't run. Stay together.
Careful, Billy. Don't go so hard.
Camp Nightmare is fun, scary, and has a healthy amount of campiness to it. It really reminds me a lot of camp-related horror films like Friday the 13th or Camp Sleepaway, but PG, of course. This is another episode that boasts a wide array of characters that, granted, do have the bare minimum when it comes to characterization and do fall into stereotypes, but their chemistry with one another works so well, and they produce some intentionally as well as unintentionally funny moments.
Colin, get out of there!
Saber's coming.
Okay, the ending. I have mixed feelings about it. I roll my eyes when I look at it, but I can't help but smile a little. I think the problem is that it's so out there and comes so out of left field, it takes away from the overall story that up to that point was pretty grounded and real. Either way, it's definitely a twist ending to remember.
Thought it was dead meat.
Better go get your things packed, Billy. Expedition leaves first thing in the morning.
Where are we going?
Very far away. A place called Earth.
Research tells us the aliens there are pretty dangerous and unpredictable.
Bet you they're not as crazy as Larry and Uncle Al.
You never know, Billy. You never know.
It's just as I feared, isn't it?
Yes.
Halloween has brought you back. I will stop you.
This is going to be hard to talk about because the first Haunted Mask has not made its appearance on this rank yet, and this episode ties in very heavily to the first one. I think all the positives of the first episode are linked to this one as well. I'm sorry for being vague, but there's other stuff I want to say about this episode that is also applicable / would make more sense to talk about when we get to the first episode. But why I think this one isn't as good as the first episode is because of the villain. The villain in this one is the mask shop owner being possessed by the original mask. It's a little on the cartoony side, especially because the mask episodes are more character explorations. The main characters end up fighting themselves internally. Harley Beth in the first one and Steve in this one. There's already internal conflicts going on with Steve, and there's already stakes with Steve as well, so I don't quite get why there's another villain involved. I don't know, but the villain's overall presence is very minor until the third act, all things considered. This one takes place in the country and on a farm, and has very Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes. Not just because of the location or set design, but because of the family dynamics and their interactions. Stanley's way of speaking and overall mannerisms are very unnerving, and the way people react to him is creepy and mysterious. Turns out Stanley accidentally used a spell to make the scarecrows come to life.
A couple months ago, my dad, he found this book full of spells. He thought it'd be cool if the scarecrows were alive so they could really keep the birds off the crops. That way, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Yeah, well, they came alive all right. Except it wasn't the crows they wanted to scare.
Well, do my grandparents know?
We all know. Kurt and Miriam begged him to put them back to sleep, and he did, only after they agreed to do things his way for a while.
Stanley did that?
Jody, you know my dad. He's not mean. It's just he's been a farmhand his entire life. He just wanted to see what it was like to have things done his way for a while.
That right there makes the audience more sympathetic for Stanley, and also serves as commentary on the American farming industry. The only downside is the ending. Stanley reads another spell on accident, and one of those farm machinery thingies comes to life and attacks the house. It's completely wacky and totally clashes with the rest of the episode, but it's literally the last couple minutes, so it's not a big deal.
What was that? Despite being so high, there's not much to talk about here.
It's just very good. It follows this complete turbo version named Ricky, who gets picked on until the prank leads the underground lizard people society to believe Ricky is their commander. From then on out, it's just Ricky trying to cover his ass. The creeps want to feed people these seeds that turn humans into creeps too. Nothing too crazy, but the pacing is good, the acting is good, and that ending is great. Usually in Goosebumps, the endings are ambiguous and leave it up to the viewer's interpretation. But nah, in Calling All Creeps, Ricky lets the people eat the seeds and then he does too himself and transforms into a creep in the end. I was expecting the episode to end before the Ricky makes a decision for the sake of ambiguity, but it didn't, and I applaud him for that.
Of course, they'll be your slaves. They'll have to do anything you say.
Attention, everyone. I just wanted to say, enjoy the cookies.
No! What a creep.
I'm sorry, Iris. But from now on, things are gonna be different around here.
Why are all the lights off?
I don't know.
Perfect School is pretty dark. It's about a behavioral correction school that clones kids and then send the well-behaved, polite clone back home and keep the original locked up. But what I like is they just don't do that from the jump. They generally try to teach these kids how to behave well, but if they prove to be difficult, then it's off to the cloning option. This one's more of a thriller than a straight horror, and the suspense throughout is great. I was legitimately on the edge of my seat at certain parts. Now, as far as the endings goes, this is actually the only Goosebumps episode with a positive twist ending.
Nice try.
I'm stuck.
What happened?
Someone put glue on my chair.
Really? Why would someone do that on purpose? Must have been an accident. Operation Rescue. Don't worry, guys. I'll get you out of there. It's the last thing I do. I'll get you out.
I think someone's followed us here, Sabrina.
You know, I think you're right. Somebody's out there. Somebody. Or something.
That was totally not funny.
I'm sorry. Why don't you get your pumpkin soon and go home?
Okay. These pumpkins are so rotten. Oh, I found a good one.
The Haunted Mask is the best one, and it's actually the first episode of Goosebumps. And it's a bit of a shame because nothing else really compared to it. I mean, don't get me wrong, some came close. Perfect School especially came close. But I ended up using the Haunted Mask as a standard I compared every other episode to. And I think it works so well for multiple reasons. The acting, the story, the themes, the scariness. It's also the only episode of Goosebumps that have false jump scares justified. You see, almost every episode of Goosebumps start out with false scares. They're primarily used in the first 5 minutes to hook the kids on an episode. Also, they almost all cut to commercial right after too, ensuring that the kids will sit through the commercials and not change the channel. But they're always just red herrings. However, this works for Carly Beth's characterization as she scares easily. And like I said in the Haunted Mask 2, these Haunted Mask episodes are character exploration pieces. There is no main bad guy here. Now, Haunted Mask is evil and does take control of Carly Beth, but it can clearly be seen as an internal battle. I mean, her head is literally on a pike while she wears the mask. Obvious symbolism, yes, but this is a kids show, so allowing some softball symbolism like that is great for kids. Carly Beth's story is about self-love and understanding who you are and what matters matters to you most. And when Carly Beth transforms, her actress puts on this truly amazing and genuinely terrifying performance. And all of this is set on Halloween. It's got those classic Halloween vibes. Good story, good pacing, good lighting, good acting, good themes. It's all around just good. This to me is Goosebumps at its absolute best. And if you're only going to watch one episode from Goosebumps this Halloween season, I couldn't recommend The Haunted Mask enough. Listen, I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. I know a lot of you have been waiting since the last ranking video, and even more of you have been waiting since the Goosebumps ranking video. Highly requested, long overdue, and yet, it's finally here. Haunting Hour premiered back in 2010 on the Hub channel, and in essence, it's a more modern, mature, and scary version of Goosebumps. I mean, plenty of episodes are legitimately scary even as an adult. But you'll see that soon enough, as I will be ranking every episode from worst to best. Now, just to set the record straight, there is a total of 76 episodes. However, I will be counting two-parters as one. Therefore, we'll be ranking a total of 70 episodes. Oh gee, wow, such a big difference. I know. However, that being said, sequel episodes do in fact exist within this series, but I will be counting them as completely separate entries. Only because sequel episodes usually come out seasons apart, and they only really carry over the central antagonists as opposed to the main cast. With the exception of one episode, but you'll see. And just to lay down some groundwork, the ranking criteria is pretty much the same as the last two videos. But just to reinstate, I'll be ranking these episodes on 3 categories. Number 1 being story and everything involved with that. So like characters, plot progression, themes, and so on and so on. 2 being scariness. Once again, this is children's horror we're talking about here, so everything will be assessed through that lens. And last but not least, the ending. Just like Goosebumps beforehand, Haunting Hour puts a lot of emphasis and weight on their shocking and/or twist endings. And as you'll soon find out, a lot of time these endings are pretty crucial to the overall story. Anyways, my friends, it's time. This is ranking every Haunting Hour episode from worst to best. Enjoy. Pouf de Fromage is the worst episode of Haunting Hour, and it's not even close. Quick litmus test to see if this episode will scare you. Does this scare you? No? Then brother, neither will this episode. You see, this episode centers around a family taking in a French foreign exchange student, and for the majority of the episode, it's just like, whoa, hey, look at the wacky French foreigner trying to adapt to the American lifestyle. And thank God they chose France to make fun of. France and Italy are like the 2 countries you can still openly make fun of. But nobody ever chooses Italy. But as it turns out, this French kid is actually an alien. He's not trying to take over the world, he's just trying to protect it from another invasive alien race. That alien race just so happens to look exactly like cheese puffs, so we get a final climax looking something like this. I'm pissing my pants as we speak. Now, I'm cool with wacky scenarios in children's horror, I really am. I think the difference comes down to tone. If this episode knew what it was and it was self-aware, they can almost lean into the schlockiness. And there is an episode later on that does this well. But this episode? Nah. It feels like a Disney Channel sitcom with its level of humor and acting. Some of these line deliveries sound exactly like Sky Jackson. So, yeah, it's the worst episode, no debate. Red Eye is baffling to me because obviously I consider it one of the worst episodes. However, this episode is amongst one of the highest rated episodes and cracks a couple top 10s. Then again, that's Screen Rant's opinion, and it's Screen Rant, so. But this episode is filled with some of the most laughably bad special effects. It's kind of crazy considering a majority of the series has decent enough CGI. for the most part. But one look at this episode, I mean, what are we doing, bruh? So this episode revolves around this girl whose dad is traveling around the world, sending home postcards on where he's been. I mean, the dad could just like call or text via the phone, but I guess it's the thought that counts. But slowly a ghost starts appearing in these photos, and it gets bigger and bigger, and ooh, yeah, it's not scary. The standard trope of the girl freaking out and nobody believing her occurs until her dad finally comes home, except, uh-oh, that dude is possessed by a ghost. And then the episode just ends. I know the whole sense of horror is supposed to come from this threat at a distance, slowly growing closer and closer. Meanwhile, there is nothing you can do to stop it. However, I don't know, man. This concept could have been done better. The only thing I liked about this episode is the relationship between the main character and the mailman. It was just really cute and wholesome. But that's about the only compliment I can give. Nightmare Inn has all the working parts to make a great episode, but ultimately doesn't pull it off. I think a lot of that boils down to the episode not really knowing what it wanted to be. The premise in the beginning suggests that the episode is going to be about nightmares. I mean, it's even in the title of the episode. But then the episode seemingly shifts focus onto ghosts and the paranormal before revealing, aha! We were a werewolf episode all along, which is fine. The whole werewolf stuff is clearly the major twist in the show, and all the paranormal ghost stuff is just a red herring. But it lacks focus, and the whole episode just seems ultimately sloppy because of it. The final twist is evident of that, as the main character throughout the entire episode is dealing with the death of her father, or rather the disappearance of her father, as a year prior his wrecked car was found but no body was ever recovered. Turns out, Dad's a werewolf, and he protects his daughter from afar. It's a twist that works, sure, but just feels a little rushed because of the episode's slow build-up. Intruders is just boring. There's no easier way to put it. I also think this is where some of my own biases get in the way because, as some of you know, I'm not a fan of fantasy horror. I just don't think these two genres necessarily mix well, for me at least. But even then, story-wise, there ain't much going on. The main character feels like she's not getting enough attention once her baby brother enters the picture. Meanwhile, a fairy in the backyard informs her that she's actually a changeling, and if she wants to be with her actual fairy family, she has to hand over her baby brother. Of course, that doesn't happen. Despite her bloodline, she finds the importance of a found family and yada yada yada. At the very least, I can give it to this episode for its message and theme, but everything else? Man, it's like walking through the mud. Even though it's not scary, the episode by all means should have a good amount of tension given the whole setup, but even then, it just doesn't. Ultimately, this episode just needed to place more emphasis on the central conflict for it to really work. My Robot is about an evil robot. Simple enough. Sounds like it could be good, but here's what the robot looks like. That is just a dude in a welding mask. Maybe I'm being too harsh. It's a show made for kids. The budget per episode is probably non-existent. However, this show usually is pretty good when it comes to production design, so I don't really know what happened here. Then again, this is one of the last episodes of season 3. The studio's wallet was probably running a little thin. Anyways, I only harped on about this for so long because when it comes to the story, this is probably one of the more simpler ones. Very plainly put, it's about an evil robot that does evil robot shit. That's really all there is to it. Of course it escalates over time, but the main problem is that it never gets to a point that I would like it to get to. Ironically, this is probably one of the most Goosebumps feeling episodes. It's over the top and silly, which could be fun, but ultimately it takes itself a little too seriously, specifically at the end, and the whole thing ends up tonally all over the place. The title alone should be reflective of the episode's quality, ARG V. If you haven't put the pieces together yet, the episode's about an RV. I am not joking. Specifically, a haunted RV. Yep, A family purchases an RV that a previous family died in. Only the daughter seems to notice all this spooky shit going on, and then they all go on a family trip and fucking die. I'm not kidding. They almost get into a car crash, but then uh-oh, look who's on the side of the road. It's the original family who died in the RV. Guess they all really did get in that car crash after all. It's honestly not a bad way to handle an ending like that. I mean, it is a little creepy. The problem really comes from everything before that. It's slow, it's boring, and it's not scary. I mean, come on. You can't make an RV scary. Oh no, the RV turned off the parking brake? Scary. Also, the parents were played a little too cartoonishly for my liking. They needed to tone it down a little bit. Bad Feng Shui is one of those episodes that I really do want to like. You know, a concept episode around Feng Shui, the traditional Chinese concept of arranging a room in certain ways in order to harmonize with its energy, is out there for an episode idea in terms of horror, but one that is uniquely interesting. And based off the title alone, going into the episode for the first time, I told myself that this was either going to be one of the best episodes or one of the worst. And seeing where this ended up ranking, you can tell which prediction came true. Really, this whole episode can be boiled down to evil Snake Man terrorizes local mother and daughter because the dresser cabinet was off-center by about 2 centimeters. I'm being hyperbolic, but I'm also not kidding. Also, this Snake Man, not too scary. The makeup isn't half bad, and it really works when it's obscured in shadows. But the episode likes to show this guy off in full lighting, which only ends up cheapening the effect. Also, the pacing is just terrible. It takes far too long to get things moving, and when they do, before you know it, the episode is over. With a title like The Dead Body, you expect this episode to be pretty fucking dark. Instead, we get some 1960s greaser ghost complete with some of the worst looking scary face morphs I've seen in a while. I mean, the old Damebo video had better effects. But the basic plot of this episode is that this main character teams up with this ghost kid from the 1960s who died in a fire to scare his bullies. After that, the ghost kid is like, what if I made you a ghost and I become real again? So he does that somehow. The thing that really hung me up about this episode is just how things work. Like, they don't establish any kind of rules for how anything works. There's a point in the episode where the main character somehow travels back in time and tries to save the ghost kid from dying. So not only is that not explained, but afterwards the main character is a ghost and the ghost kid is now real, but like, how though? The only saving grace of this episode is the pacing. Things happen rather fast, so I guess it doesn't matter if things don't make sense. The Hole is just a nothing episode. If anything, it's a very standard ghost story. The family moves into a new home, the house experiences a bunch of scary shit, and it turns out that the family who lived here previously were killed by their father via a car crash. Which, a little family murder-suicide is pretty dark for a kids episode, even if it's only heavily implied. Oh, yeah, and there's a hole in the backyard, which is like how the ghosts communicate to these kids? I don't know. Honestly, the whole thing is interesting because it seems like such an afterthought in the story. Like, oh man, we can't just make another haunted house story. Have a giant hole in the backyard. Fuck it. Who cares? Oh, and that ending. The dad gets sucked into the hole but emerges shortly after, with the hole closing up in its wake. Except the dad is now possessed by the dad that murdered their whole family. It doesn't really stick the landing, but I can at least see what they were going for. Bad Egg is a late season 3 episode, and I only point that out because, well, yeah, late season 3 episodes aren't that good. But also, this is an episode that is ultimately hindered by its lack of budget. In the episode, the government messes up and accidentally sends a bunch of homunculus eggs to a middle school, in which our main character is instructed to take care of said egg for some sort of home education class. Except, as expected, the egg hatches and hijinks ensues. However, it's all mundane and rather limiting in what happens. It's a lot of these kids just sneaking around the house trying to hide the fact that a homunculus creature is on the loose from their parents. I mean, even when the government rolls up on their house, disguised as pest control, it's still rather boring. Just nothing really happens. A little creature running around the house is a simple plot that has proven to work. Look at E.T. or Gremlins or another episode in this very series I'll talk about later. It's a bit of a shame too, because I absolutely love this little creature design a lot. I just wish something would happen in this episode. The red dress feels a lot like an Are You Afraid of the Dark episode, and by that I mean it's painfully below average. The first act is probably the best as it has all the elements of a good episode. It's got the classic creepy shop complete with a creepy blind shopkeeper who speaks rather cryptically about the objects she sells, but after that, it's just standard locales. So the story sees the main character stealing this red dress, and for a good reason. It's $400 fucking dollars. But then, nothing happens, and nothing continues to happen. She goes to return it at one point, but then she gets some call from a boy toy, and she's like, oh shit, I can get some good dick tonight. I'll return this tomorrow. And can I just say something real quick? I know nothing about dresses, but this dress, it doesn't look like anything special to me. Especially for $400. I mean, can't this girl just go to like JCPenney and find something similar for way less? Anyways, the whole thing ends with the main character losing her sight, and the shopkeeper no longer being blind. This is really a whole callback to the start when the shopkeeper says that customers pay in one way or another. And I get it, but like, the whole premise would work a lot better if the dress just like made the main character uglier over time, right? It would have tied into the episode's themes of vanity a little bit better and would have provided some really good body horror if done right, and would have actually given the episode an active through line. Also, one last thing I gotta talk about, this episode sees characters openly drinking alcohol. Like, usually these episodes revolve around kids, either from middle school or high school, but this episode I think centers around 20-somethings, and yeah, they're just sipping on some liquor. Granted, it's like pina coladas and what looks like wine. You could easily argue to the network censors that this is just like a smoothie or cranberry juice, but either way, I just found it a little interesting. If you saw my Goosebumps ranking video, you would know I'm not a fan of mummies when it comes to classic horror monsters. Plain and simple, I think mummies are cool, not scary. But even that aside, this episode doesn't really do a whole lot. I'm coming to the realization that a lot of bad Haunted Hour episodes are primarily bad because of the slow pacing. Case in point, Night of the Mummy. Nothing really happens until the very end. Well, I gotta admit, the start of the episode probably has one of the best on-screen kills in the whole series. Why the fuck is that so brutal? But outside of that, it's just a kid realizing that he's a mummy and he rejoins his family or whatever. I don't really care. The only claim to fame is that this episode has motherfucking Greg Heffley as the main character. Other than that, there's really no reason to watch this episode. My Sister the Witch revolves around this kid's sister who, is a witch. I mean, it's right there in the title. This is one of those episodes that I would classify as having more of a focus on fun and adventure rather than being scary, which is totally fine. However, I feel like this episode doesn't take enough advantage of the concept. So, yeah, the main character's sister returns from boarding school, but she's acting a little strange. No surprise, she's a witch now. And for half the episode, she's built up to be the villain, before it's revealed that all her witchy antics were just her trying to protect the family. As the actual evil witch, or I guess warlock, is this Boy Scout leader who is barely in the intro of the episode and then comes out at the end and is like, haha, fuck you, before ultimately getting turned into a frog. Now, I don't mind the mid-episode twist of the sister being good. In fact, I really like it. However, this antagonist could have had a more foreboding presence throughout the episode. Funnily enough, despite his little screen time, it is rather obvious that he is the evil one behind everything. I'm just saying, a more persistent threat would have done wonders. Really, just anything to see more witchy magic stuff, because this episode is somehow about witches and magic, and yet, we don't see a lot of that stuff. It has potential, is what I'm saying, and perhaps an episode later on will take advantage of that kind of stuff. Terrible Love is a story you've probably seen a million different times. It's a classic be careful what you wish for romantic kind of story. See if this plot rings any bells. A girl gets Cupid to make her crush fall in love with her. However, the guy falls madly in love with the main character and becomes clingy, creepy, and possessive. And that's the episode. By no means a bad premise. It's just something I've personally seen so many different times at this point that ultimately, the episode kinda hinders because of it. That being said, giving the episode its flowers, the acting from the guy is realistically creepy. Like the one guy who constantly hits on the girl at the gym just trying to desperately get through her set, and that's it. Homeboy can't take a hint. Oh yeah, and the episode ends with the nerdy character making the main character fall in love with him. So yeah, I guess that answers the age-old question of how do Discord mods get girlfriends? But really funny fucking joke you wrote in there, Colin. Headshot is an episode that is weighed down significantly by its special effects. I mean, just look at this. Is this scary? Yeah, no, it's not. You see, this story is about a girl trying to make it in the fashion model industry. However, with every picture taken, her youthfulness is slowly being drained, represented by the picture that slowly gets uglier and uglier the more she keeps doing this. However, the makeup just isn't good. The first time the whole scenario is introduced, I thought the makeup was supposed to look cheesy and bad, like on purpose. And throughout the episode, it would start to look more and more realistic and grotesque. But, no. That's just how the makeup looks. Which I don't understand because the last shot, yeah, that's right, not the last scene, but the last shot, has this truly horrific face prosthetic. And there's another part in the episode where some girl has an allergic reaction due to sabotage, and those makeup effects also look great. It's just a shame because the rest of the episode is slightly above average, and if that makeup was on point, we could have had a pretty decent episode on our hands. Worry Dolls is yet again another be careful what you wish for episode, except maybe a bit more literal, as in this episode these Worry Dolls grant wishes, and of course, as per usual, the wishes go awry. Like how the kids wish they didn't have a nanny anymore, so she just completely disappears, or how they wish they could spend more time as a family, since the parents are constantly traveling and whatnot. Except their parents now won't let them do anything without them in a very creepy fashion, or how, oh, wait. There's no more wishes. That's right, a Be Careful What You Wish For episode where only 2 wishes are made. Great. And I wish, they made at least one more wish. You know? Complete the mantra of 3 wishes. But, whatever. What we get is alright. I do like how the parents slowly become more and more eerie. I think the main problem is the amount of setup needed to get to this point. It feels like more of the episode is setting up the kids and the parents and their whole dichotomy and disdain, but also setting up the nanny and the kids and their relationship, but then also setting up the Worry Dolls and slowly letting them be incorporated into the narrative. Despite the simple premise, there's a lot of moving parts that overcomplicate the story and really could have been trimmed down. The girl in the painting is the perfect campfire ghost story. That is to say, its repetitive formula doesn't translate well when stretched out to a 20-minute episode. Truly, this episode would work a lot better in a 5-7 minute short. But this is network television, baby. It follows the basic beats that any campfire story would follow, as in a girl finds a painting of a picture that slowly over the course of a couple days changes. Meanwhile, the main character becomes more and more obsessed with the painting, mainly wishing that she could live in its world. And, well, she gets that wish granted as she magically is transported into the painting's world just in time for dinner. Yep, it was all bait to feed this giant fucking dog. And dude, I'm not proud of it, but when I watched this scene for the first time, I kind of popped off with excitement. It was funny and terrifying at the same time, and I absolutely loved it. However, as I stated before, this episode's pacing is rather repetitive and ultimately the main problem with the episode. Okay, so check this out. This kid likes to draw, and like any kid that draws, he has his very own OC. Okay, yeah, pretty standard stuff. Like, is his OC like a superhero or like like a Sonic OC or something like that? How about an old lady called Mrs. Worthington? Excuse me, what? Yeah, I didn't stutter. This fucking kid likes to draw this old lady and then complain to said drawing about how mean his sister is and how she needs to be punished. Well, this OC comes to life and proceeds to punish said sister in various different messed up ways. It's essentially a scary Mary Poppins is what they're trying to go for here, and it kind of achieves that. I think the episode needed some more whimsy, or rather distorted whimsy, to fully achieve this effect. But for what it is, it's done well enough. I also feel like they could have pushed the disturbing elements just a little bit more. Then again, I can't hate. The actress for Mrs. Worthington won a fucking Emmy for her performance. I'm not joking, by the way, you can look that up. We continue the trend of be careful what you wish for stories being below average with lots of luck. Truthfully, this one only ranks above the others solely because it's fast and snappy. This episode doesn't fuck around. Here's the main characters, here's the leprechaun villain, setup, rising action, climax, resolution, bing bang bop, it's done. It's nothing special, but it's quick, and being the third to last episode of the entire series, after a giant binge watch, I was thankful for its existence. Long Live Rock and Roll sees what is essentially the devil selling instruments to various different members of this band. The instruments make these guys sound amazing, at the cost of their soul. Ooh. Yeah, who could have saw that coming? I mean, yeah, it's a pretty classic story. I mean, you can experience the entire story through the song via The Devil Went Down to Georgia, because that's essentially what this is. And it's not bad per se, it's just very standard. You know, just another stone in the river. Not much to say here. Brush with Madness is notable to feature a full-on furry in a fursuit in the first 30 seconds of the episode. I mean, dude, it's literally the first thing I wrote in my notes for this episode. But this episode is probably the most dated out of all the Haunting Hour episodes. I mean, the whole series just oozes early 2010s, if you couldn't tell by the fashion already. However, seeing as this episode centers around two geeky teens, oh boy, is the dialogue ever so special.
You throwing up all over Carrie Fisher? Probably not how she thought her autograph signing would go.
Brett, do you know how epic this is? It's like, wow, level 365 gear epic.
Remember the last time you got this worked up at Comic-Con 09? More like VomitCon 09.
Yeah, the girl lead specifically has some pretty horrific lines, and her delivery doesn't make them any better. That being said, it's kind of nostalgic. Anyways, the episode centers around a kid stealing some famous comic book artist brushes, and these brushes end up painting the future where these two end up being stalked by some shadowy figure. And I'm not gonna lie, the ending, I don't quite understand it. Okay, look, so the kids get captured by this shadowy guy, and it's like, oh, okay, they're dead, cool. But then it's revealed that everything we've been watching so far was just the comic book artist drawing a comic, but then it's also heavily implied that his drawings become reality, but it's also implied that these kids are trapped in this comic, so like, I don't know. Maybe I just missed something. Perhaps the furry at the start and the immediately cringy dialogue short-circuited my brain from the start, but I digress. In the end, it's a bad episode that probably should rank lower, but at least for me, it's one of those episodes that are so bad it's fun. Black Mask is a pseudo time travel episode that will constantly have you asking questions, wondering how exactly all this is going to play out, until the very end when everything clicks. I will say, this episode effectively tricked me. That being said, it's not the hardest thing to do in the world. I am dumb after all, but still. You see, these kids go into this house and find a black mask. Upon wearing the mask, it'll show them a vision of seemingly the past. In the past, two kids are seen in old-timey attire playing in the basement, and then suddenly the furnace explodes, the ceiling collapses, and the kids die. One kid out of the three is like, damn, that sucks. Y'all want to go play some Halo or like go to the mall? Meanwhile, the other two feel like they can help out the other people in the past. After some trial and error, they figure out that they have to recreate the vision so that they could possibly time travel. I don't exactly see the steps to get to that leap in logic, but fuck it, we ball. And you see? The mask wasn't showing the past, it was showing the future. They could have figured that out on their own though. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but whenever these characters put on the masks, they only kept it on for like 5 seconds max before frantically taking it off. Like, I don't know, dude. If you just kept the mask on for a bit longer, you could have seen that these kids are you, but that's just me. But yeah, I like how the episode had me constantly guessing what's going on before actually buying into the twist at the end. That being said, it's pretty boring. Toy Train has one of the top 5 most emotional endings in the entire series. Which is a shame considering everything beforehand is really bland. Yeah, like, okay. In this episode, when this father was a kid, he ended up playing on the railroad tracks, and a conductor ended up saving his life at the cost of his own life. So all these years later, the dad has always felt guilty for this man's death, and has always blamed himself. Well, in the end, the dad reconnects with the ghost of that man, and they talk it out. And it's really emotional, and it's really good, but everything else is completely forgettable. Like, the dad's son ends up playing on the very same tracks and even runs into a younger version of his dad, don't question it, and they go through the whole situation of events together, or whatever. It's very forgettable, but the ending is so damn good, I tried to rank it as high as I could because of it. Fear Never Knocks has such a brilliant concept, I wish they just expanded upon a little more, or had a little more fun with. Because in this episode, these kids' grandpa is a famous therapist that helps patients conquer their fears. In reality, he just makes them talk into this recording device, and the said device physically sucks up their fears. Meaning, this tape recorder has pretty much every fear known to man in it. And when the kids start messing around with it, oh man, shit gets wild. Is what I would say if shit did indeed get wild. In fact, shit is pretty tame. The fears that come out of the box, it's just a crazy lady and like some dogs. Sure, decent scary things that work for children's horror, but only 2? Come on. It almost doesn't matter though, because fear itself rolls up and oh man, this is a genuinely creepy performance. It borderlines on being over the top and cartoony, and yet still remains eerie and unsettling. Unfortunately, he's taken care of quite easily though. The main character is just like, I'm scared of fear, and then homeboy gets sucked up like it's Luigi's Mansion. I think this episode should have either doubled down on the fear character, given how good his performance was, or have more of an emphasis on all the fears leaking out of the recording device. I mean, outside of the two already mentioned fears, we get a glimpse at a spider and like a phone melts or something. I don't know. Out of all the sequel episodes this show has, I'm surprised they never returned to this one, because I really do think they have a great concept on their hands. Pool Shark is an episode that lacks any semblance of horror, and yet it's fun. So who cares? Basically, this kid works at his family's recreation center and starts freaking out when he sees a shark in the indoor pool. Now, this plays out as expected, as in nobody believes him. However, his dad is rather sympathetic, because as it turns out, this kid had a traumatic experience with a shark when he was younger. So it's almost like the dad understands that his son is going through some sort of PTSD, which ultimately begs the question, why the hell does he keep making him work the pool then? Well, we find out at the end that the whole family bloodline can just turn into sharks. And the visions this kid was seeing was just him awakening his own abilities. I'm not joking. Of course, there's a bully character throughout the episode and a love interest that all accumulates at the end when he shows up the bully in a shark form and wins the girl over. Cause I guess homegirl's into that freak shit. Like I said, it's not very scary, but it's a lot of fun, and the pacing never really leaves a dull moment. It pains me not to be able to put this episode any higher. The great talent of Tom Kenny can only carry this episode so far, but Uncle Howie ultimately falls a little flat for me because its failure to capitalize on its central premise. You can sort of see a running trend with these mid-ranked episodes so far. Because a wacky, zany children's show host talking directly through the TV and later manifesting into reality to terrorize the main character is fantastic. Sign me up for that. Then throw in the likes of Tom Kenny, who not only has the perfect voice for this role, but also has the perfect physical acting chops to boot. I mean, how is this episode not in the top 20? Well, nothing kind of happens. The main character gets trapped in the TV at the end and is turned into a marionette, which is actually pretty chilling, but everything else is just these characters standing around talking, which, given the premise of a children's TV program come to life, you expect a blend of Looney Tunes shenanigans mixed with horror, but we don't really get that, unfortunately. This is also the very last episode of season 3, so undoubtedly they probably had to keep this one rather tame, which is unfortunate because the idea and talent are perfect for each other. I think Lovecraft's Woods is the gold standard for average episodes of Haunting Hour. If a friend wanted to check out the series and ask what a general episode was like, I would unironically point to this episode. It's an episode that doesn't do anything bad, but it also doesn't do anything particularly good either. Which is not a good thing or a bad thing, it's just a thing. The story is just a bunch of kids being lost in the woods. And yeah, there's a deeper level to it. As it turns out, they've been lost in the woods for longer than they think, but the woods routinely wipes their memories, basically starting the whole cycle over again. But per usual, that's revealed at the end. The episode really is just kids lost in the woods. It kind of plays out like a PG Blair Witch Project minus the found footage aspect. But the dialogue between the characters is good, and I particularly like the lighting in the episode quite a bit. Also, a large majority of Haunting Hour episodes take place in the suburbs, like really nice suburbs. These kids be living in big ass houses. So it's nice to finally see a completely different setting for once. So yeah, Lovecraft's Woods, in some weird sort of way, is a quintessential episode, despite kind of ranking in the middle. Do you guys know the story of La Llorona? It's a Mexican folklore, urban legend kind of story. Well, this episode, The Weeping Woman, is just a modernized retelling of that story. If it wasn't already obvious enough. I mean, La Llorona literally translates to the weeping woman. And I don't have a problem with that. I think it's kind of cool when Haunting Hour takes classic urban legends and makes episodes out of them. It exposes kids to these classics if they weren't already aware. But the problem in this episode is the pacing. And no, it's not because it's too slow. It's actually a bit too fast. Some scenes don't get the emotional attention that I think they needed to really resonate. This episode, I think, would have been greatly beneficial if it was a two-parter. Not to spoil what's up ahead, but there's another episode about a classic urban legend that is a two-parter, and greatly benefits from the additional length. That being said, this episode is solid overall. Game Over is an episode I thought I would hate, but I ended up having way too much fun with it. I mean, look at this footage. This looks bad, but a level of bad that I can't help but to love. This is a video game centric episode, which are always a personal favorite of mine when it comes to kid shows, cause either the writers don't know shit about modern video games, or they can't get the licensing rights to anything, so everything has to be vague in general, and it ends up looking tacky because of it. But I don't give a fuck. This is the kind of stuff I live for. So, what's up with this episode? Is it like a creepypasta or something? Like a haunted video game? No, actually some kids are good at a particular video game and they get invited to be beta testers on a new unreleased game. The kids end up being transported into the game itself and it just becomes a zombie episode. The video game component to it all kind of takes a backseat. I mean, they have these shitty health bar overlays, but that's really their only attempt at making it feel like a video game. And that's really my main complaint, because as a zombie episode, it's a fun time for a kid show, but they keep trying to shoehorn in these video game elements that just feel kind of tacked on. I think more commitment to blending these two ideas together would have worked wonders, but for what it is, it's a solid fun time. My imaginary friend is almost impactful if the twist wasn't so obvious. And I hate saying that, because an episode shouldn't be ranked higher or lower based off of the twist's predictability. But not only does this episode's emotional climax heavily rely on the twist, but the episode foreshadows the ending pretty fucking heavily. See if you can guess it. So, this episode's main character has an imaginary friend that only he can see. However, this imaginary friend is not the best influence. And the older brother character doesn't like him and constantly tells the main character to stop this imaginary friend shit, but the main character is reluctant. The two brothers fight and eventually the older brother can now somehow see the imaginary friend. And then these two start fighting, with somehow the imaginary friend being able to physically harm the older brother. Okay, 5 seconds on the clock, see if you can guess the twist ending. And yep, that's right. The older brother is also an imaginary friend. This twist is even more obvious if you actually watch the episode. No character outside the main character even acknowledged the older brother. It's a twist so obvious, the show should have just revealed it halfway through the episode, and then it could have more of an emphasis on this idea. Because when these two say goodbye to each other, fuck dude, it's a great scene. Doubly so if any of you guys out there have brothers. But that should have been the focus. I don't care about these two fighting in a barn. And Haunting Hour does in fact do this from time to time. They build up something like it's going to be the big end twist, only to reveal their hand halfway through the episode and then focus on something completely different and more emotional. No spoilers or anything, but an episode in the top 5 ranking does this beautifully. And I just wish this episode truly knew the gem they had on their hands. This is probably going to be the shortest I'll talk about an episode, because there's really not a lot here. I mean, hell, my notes for this episode just read, kid holds seance, shit gets spooky, very standard story done decently well. I'm not joking. But yeah, that's what happens. Kids hold a seance, shit gets spooky, very standard story done decently well. That's all I gotta say. Next one, I guess. Dead Bodies is the first sequel episode we talk about, and hey, it's better than the first episode, The Dead Body. Which I think this is the only sequel episode that I liked better than the original episode. Which ultimately isn't saying much. The first episode ranked 63, but I'm giving the flowers what they're due. But this is also the only Haunting Hour sequel episode where the main characters are fully back. And because of that, it feels a lot more like a two-parter than a sequel episode. But I'm still ranking them separately. The Dead Body was a season 1 episode, and Dead Bodies didn't come out until season 3. But this episode offers a nice role reversal, picking up where the first episode left off. The main character is now the ghost, and the leather jacket kid is a full-on living person now. However, his body starts slowly rotting, and so he plots to kill this girl to get more life juice or whatever. The leather jacket kid ends up dying in a pretty gruesome scene, and the main character becomes alive again. I think this episode works better, unlike the first episode, because the rules are clearly defined. I mean, literal higher beings come down and are like, hey, here's the fucking rules, and here's how it works. Also, there's a nice ticking clock element with the whole rotting body thing, that not only adds a nice level of suspense, but a nice level of body horror too. Overall, it's a fantastic sequel, improving a lot of complaints I had with the original, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just a decent episode. I kinda like the format Grandpa's Glasses has going on. On one end, you got this kid going through the typical scary ghost stuff, which, if I'm being honest, doesn't look that great. But on the other end, you have this mother going through an emotional, psychological battle, which you don't really see too much in the show. Haunting Hour primarily focuses on kids, and sure, the parents are a part of some stories, and they too can even get their own spotlight, but oftentimes it's like a really brief and quick scene that is easily glossed over, with the only exception so far I think being Toy Train. But in this episode, it's equal parts kid and equal parts adult. And honestly, the kid stuff, easily the worst of the two. I mean, look at this. Yeah, that's not good. But meanwhile, this mother is not just mourning the death of her father, but struggling with the passing of this man who simply wasn't in her life. It's a different kind of grief, a more complex and nuanced emotion that is explored in a very mature manner. And this is simply beautiful to see in a children's show. And it just really makes me wish that the scary ghost shit was better. The Golem, much like La Llorona, is yet again another classic folklore tale told in a modern setting, this time showcasing the Jewish folklore of the same title, the Golem, which is a life form made of earth, said to be a rescuer of imperiled Jewish communities. This episode is notable as it is the first two-parter on this ranking, and because of that, the story lets these characters feel more fleshed out and real. It also lets the audience really soak in the atmosphere and setting of the episode. I mean, look at this old foreign village. This looks fantastic. And these flashbacks have a real cinematic flair to them. Once again, once Haunting Hour gets out of the suburbs, the production design becomes really top notch. I think the major problem with the episode is just its climax. It leaves a lot to be desired. And that's really only the case because the rest of the episode is constantly building to something that is never really delivered on. The tension at the very start felt a little similar to something else. There's an episode of Nightmare Room, R.L. Stine's other show that came out, that actually has a really similar premise that I made a video on about. If you wanna check that out, you don't gotta, but I'm just saying it'd be kind of cool if you checked it out. But I'll get back to the ranking. But shameless plug aside, very quickly this episode establishes that it is indeed very different. A bunch of kids end up in detention, but nobody even remembers why. Hell, nobody has ever even seen this one nerdy kid in the school at all. And before you even start jumping to conclusions about the twist ending, it reveals that all of these kids are in a coma of sorts. And they've all done misdeeds to an extent or another, which ultimately overlapped in the homecoming float crash. hence their shared coma. They all learn to forgive themselves and each other and end up changing the events from ever happening. And I gotta give the show credit, the episode really got my ass. I thought the easy twist would have been that this nerdy kid was just like a ghost or something, but no. Turns out he's sort of like a guardian angel just taking on the form of a child. And I love how the episode doesn't draw this out. They reveal this bombshell halfway through the episode. That way the other half is just these kids talking through their emotions and coming to terms with their ramifications. That being said, it's still really sloppy, and they really try to shoehorn in some rather cheesy scares here and there that I don't think were necessary. Okay, so this one's gonna be weird to talk about, because Return of Lily D is a sequel episode to the very first Haunting Hour episode called Really You. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, oh wait, when did you rank Really You? Well, that's just the thing, I haven't yet. That's why it's so hard to talk about this episode right now in this ranking. Well, to be a bit general, Really You is a much better episode, and while this episode by all means is solid, it's just a rehashing what the original episode did, but to a lesser extent. Because Really You had this whole other dynamic to its story that this episode just doesn't have. And well, you'll see what I mean later on. But this whole episode just feels like reheated seconds. It ain't bad, leftover Thanksgiving food still hits, but not compared to the spread on Thanksgiving Day. But for what it is, it's a decent scary doll episode that runs through the tropes already laid out beforehand. Coat Rat Cowboy is nothing too special, but yet again, the production design is immaculate here. Haunting Hour, please have more episodes take place outside of the burbs. Let your production designers cook! But long ago, a cowboy was hung from a tree, and years later, that very tree was turned into a coat rack, which ends up having the main characters face off against said cowboy as he has unfinished business and yada yada yada. It's a very standard story, but is presented in a very visually stunning way. But yeah, that's all I really have to say. Goodwill Towards Men is a weird episode in the Haunting Hour catalog. For one, it's the episode that feels the least like a Haunting Hour episode. We follow a rich family as they mistreat and discriminate against their hired gardener. I mean, the family ends up firing them on Christmas Eve nonetheless. But then magically the roles are reversed, and the rich family is now poor, living on the streets, realizing how good they had it. You know, a real Christmas Carol kind of episode. But it's strange, because the episode has the most tacked on horror element that it almost feels like an afterthought. Okay, so there's this ghost, who is in like one scene and that's it. I am not kidding. But the weirdest thing about this episode is that it's the very last episode of the entire show. I'm not joking, this is the note Haunting Hour goes out on. And I don't know if I was so elated finally being done watching the show, or if I found the drastically different story and tone refreshing, but in the end, I quite enjoyed this one. It's definitely the black sheep of the bunch, but I think that's what ultimately draws me in. Checking Out is another solid episode that is genuinely uneasy. This episode sees a family on vacation checking into a hotel. The hotel in question ends up throwing eyes wide shut parties for the adults. And really their whole purpose is to rid the parents of the burden of raising their teenage kids. We see other parents at these parties elating how much better their life is without their own kids, which is pretty morbid, the lack of care they showcase when talking about these scenarios. I love it. Of course, the main family is built different and ultimately keep their kids and whatnot, which is kind of crazy, because at least for the first act, these kids are quite possibly the most insufferably written characters in the entire show.
This isn't a vacation, it's a concentration camp.
This isn't a vacation, it's a concentration camp is a crazy line to have. And here's the thing, I know teenagers can be hyperbolic like this. Hell, I probably was when I was a teenager. But fact of the matter is, this is still a kid's show, and I kind of can't believe they got away with that line. I think the ending leaves much to be desired, however. The whole power of family love saves the day, and everything just kind of disappears and goes back to normal. It's a little too cut and dry for a Haunting Hour episode for my liking. I'm Not Martin is hilariously dark and disturbing. Usually dark humor in children's horror doesn't work. Either they conform to the two extremes but never truly blend them together. What I mean by that is usually episodes either double down on the comedy, making the horror aspects non-existent, or they go all in on the horror and lightly pepper in jokes here and there that feel more out of place than anything. But this episode does a beautiful job of incorporating both. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's not the most hysterical jokes or the scariest storyline out there, but it's more than enough in both aspects. This episode sees the main character staying the night at the hospital to get his tonsils removed, but before his family leaves, the older brother acts like a typical older brother, and by that, I mean he tells a scary story to freak him out. The story is about Martin, a kid who was going to get his leg amputated, but ended up switching his charts with another random patient, and now that poor bastard gets his leg wrongfully amputated instead, all while yelling out that he's not Martin. Now, it would be easy to joke about how poor medical practices were back in the 1940s or 50s, but the episode already does that in spades, as the main character ends up awakening in the 1950s and everyone thinks he's Martin and that his leg has to come off. So we get a bunch of genuinely creepy moments and some brutally dark and funny jokes about how bad hospitals were back then. This main doctor is played beautifully. Whoever this actor is, dude, props to him. He has some of the best lines out there, and he delivers them all with this real Phil Hartman-like quality. It's perfect. I don't think this episode would have worked without him, honestly. Of course, it was all a dream, and then this episode just kind of ends. Once again, another episode with a pretty boring ending, unfortunately. My Old House starts off goofy and dumb. A whole lot of cheese, almost reminiscent of Goosebumps. But here's the thing, all these goofy and dumb things perpetuate throughout this episode and slowly mutates into something weird and strange. Let me show you real quick. You see, this episode centers around a family moving into a new home, and the main character is upset because she misses the old house. And that's it. That is the whole storyline for this episode. I am not kidding. But the beauty lies in the simplicity of it all. You see, our main character starts off being really overdramatic, and yet understandable. Moving is hard on kids. However, as the episode continues, she grows more and more dramatic about missing the old house. And it's goofy, but it slowly starts to become weird and kind of disturbing, all accumulating at the end where she breaks into her old house and very creepily starts talking to it. Eventually coming to and realizing that she needs to move on. And then the house turns out to be alive. And I can't lie, I love this shot right here. It's not amazing CGI or anything, but for a TV show, and at least comparatively to a majority of the other episodes, this looks great. But yeah, she ends up dying. And the funniest part is that in the last minute of the episode, a completely new family moves into the house, and they all die too. Like, it's so unnecessary, but I love it. Also, now that we're getting up here in the ranks, you'll sort of see a good amount of episodes just have like everyone die at the very end. Like, straight up, the Hub channel doesn't fuck around. Ghostly Stare is heavy on the atmosphere. I mean, almost the whole episode takes place in a graveyard at night. But this episode revolves around a brother and sister who end up in a graveyard because the sister likes to do the wax tracings on the tombstones. Fucking nerd! I'm just kidding. This stuff is actually really fun to do. I remember in 3rd grade, we took a field trip to a graveyard to do the wax paintings or whatever, and it was fun, don't get me wrong, but it was just like, can we just go to like the zoo or something like that? But I mean, I guess that's public schooling for you. But besides the point, the brother ends up falling into an open grave and a ghost possesses his body, or rather, he possesses like a proxy of his body. Cause like the brother is still trapped down there, but this ghost is just walking around like he is the brother. It doesn't matter, cause now basically the sister has to go get her brother out before daylight, or the ghost can have his body forever. Along the way of trying to locate the grave spot, a bunch of other ghosts offer help, but are really just trying to trick her into falling into their graves so that they can also inhabit a body. All of this is for nothing anyways, because the brother ends up climbing out all by himself. But what we get is just a fun episode with a good dynamic between siblings and ghosts. The Funhouse is a solid episode that I don't have much to say about. Well, actually, I have a lot to say about it. However, I already did a video on this exact episode a couple months back if you want to check it out. But to keep it brief, it's a really good story about kids dealing with divorce together, and it touches on things like substance abuse, anger problems, and so on and so on. However, it lacks in the horror department quite a bit, but it's still more than an enjoyable time. In Best Friends Forever, a kid wants a dog, but his mom says no. And you know what? I agree with her. The mom states the kid has had a hamster, a lizard, and a bunny, all of which died in a week. So, yeah, fuck this kid. He shouldn't have a dog. So he gets the bright idea of taking care of worms to prove his mom that he's responsible enough to have a dog, but he accidentally ends up with a zombie who he names Cheeky. And this is a pretty fun concept that takes full advantage. Granted, most of it is the standard trope trying to hide the monster from the mom shtick. But there's other fun parts, like the multiple times Cheeky tries to attack the main character with him being completely oblivious, or the main character using the zombie to scare his bully, who, by the way, isn't like the stereotypical bully. He's actually just a nerd that talks about how he's going to win the science fair. Also, in the beginning of the episode, he's dunking on the main character for being better at World of Warcraft. And I don't know, I really like that though. It's a nice change of pace. But this all accumulates at the end when Cheeky finally does turn on the main character, and it turns out the zombie wanted a human pet, bringing the whole thing full circle. This episode is bad. It has absolutely no right ranking this high. It truly doesn't deserve it. But god damn, do I love this episode so much. A Creature Stirring is without doubt the most unhinged and baffling episode in the entire series. And the funniest part? This episode is the third episode of the first season. Technically, the second episode because the first episode was a two-parter. So what makes it so crazy? Well, listen to this. The episode starts with a family on Christmas morning. Little does anyone know, the parents are actually planning on getting a divorce. So there's an air of tension between the mom and the dad. Meanwhile, the older sister and older brother couldn't care less about Christmas. In no time, the whole family starts arguing, leaving the youngest kid sad. In a moment of desperation, he makes a wish, and oh boy, is it granted. As a little bat-winged gremlin that can spit acid starts terrorizing the house. Now, one would think they would do the whole song of dance of the kid trying to warn the others and nobody believes him until the very end, but nah, they don't do that. Within 3 minutes of this gremlin appearing on screen, the whole family sees it and are petrified. They're all also completely helpless to fight it. I mean, it's fast as hell and it can spit acid. However, they can't escape the house because it's snowed in. And then the fucking gremlin starts blowing up parts of the house. So like, they all retreat to the attic. Up there, they reminisce on past Christmases, and they reveal to their kids that they're considering getting a divorce. And it's a very emotional and mature scene. But, I mean, literally when this is happening, the gremlin is still blowing up different parts of the house. And the house is just on fire now. I mean, hell, the family even accepts the fact that they're gonna die. But via a Christmas miracle, they all manage to escape. And the house just completely burns down. I mean, they lose absolutely everything. But they're all like, hey, that doesn't matter, because we're closer than ever as a family now. Which, turns out, was what the little kid wished for the family to be closer. Real fucking roundabout way to get there, but yeah, sure dude. Let's just hope your parents have good house insurance. But if it couldn't get any crazier or any dumber, fucking Santa Claus rolls up in his goddamn pimp mobile nonetheless and reclaims his gremlin and then drives off. You know, the more I think about it, I should probably rank this one higher. I don't know what it is about Haunting Hour and Christmas episodes, not really feeling like Haunting Hour episodes, but it kind of makes me wish they made more of them, honestly. So yeah, this episode really doesn't deserve to be this high, but holy shit, man, I loved this. Spaceman is an interesting episode because I think it's the only piece of children's media where they fully show off a dead child. What? No, this isn't like a setup for a joke or anything. Like look. Yeah, there's a rotting child corpse. Pretty messed up. So in this episode, a kid moves into a new neighborhood and has trouble making friends because he is obsessed with space. He comes across this lady who gives him a space helmet, and not too shortly after wearing it, another kid seems to be communicating to the main character via the helmet. But uh-oh, how is this possible? There's no batteries in the helmet. Yada yada yada, yeah, it's a ghost. A little bit of a Norman Bates sort of ending, except the roles are reversed, as the mother just kept her son's corpse once he passed away. Ultimately, the main character is creeped out, but a friend is a friend. So he decides to stay and continue to play Spaceman. Now, I do have to note that this episode actually has two endings for some reason. The common ending that's on all the purchasable forms of Haunting Hour is the one I just said, with the main character deciding to stay. The alternative ending is apparently the main character freaking out, not wanting to have anything to do with this, and then the mother character forcing him to stay and play with her dead son. I, for the life of me, couldn't find this ending anywhere on the internet. I suppose they went with the more happier ending, I guess, to offset the overall disturbing quality. But this ending really does carry the episode, all things considered. Alien Candy takes a unique approach to an alien story that I never really considered, and I actually really like. You see, there's these two aliens disguised as humans who take a particular liking in the main character for his intellect. They end up making him eat this alien candy, they tell him he has to do it to join the club, and slowly our main character starts feeling their effects. The main one being extreme dehydration. Now, you may think you know where this story is going. I mean, already it bears a striking resemblance to the Goosebumps episode Calling All Creeps. But no, our main character isn't transforming into an alien or anything like that. Instead, these two aliens are planning on eating the main character, but first have to cleanse and purge the human of all his earthly germs that are harmful to aliens. And I can't tell you how happy I was for this story to actually take this kind of direction. Also, holy fuck, look at these aliens! They're pretty damn scary. I really like how these guys look, and better yet, the way they move is pretty creepy too. Overall, they keep the classic alien look, but elevate it enough to be effective in terms of horror, which is pretty hard to do, all things considered. They end up not being able to eat the main character because he's a redhead, and they're allergic to redheads. They didn't know this because the kid's hair was dyed brown from Halloween a couple months back. That being said, they still ended up eating a fucking toe. Yeah, no lie. This kid's pinky toe is just eaten. But after that, the aliens just turn towards his friend, and they end up handling business. The aliens are also defeated with salts, so I guess they're more like slugs than anything else. The cast famously features Raleigh as the main character, so this show officially has two of the most prominent characters in Diary of a Wimpy Kid, so good job. But this episode has some really good body horror despite not being overtly explicit with what it shows. Basically, the main character, Raleigh, tries to hang with the delinquent kids, who plan on egging some crazy lady's house. He ends up getting caught and hurt in the process, so what does he do? He rats out the other kids and completely alters the narrative to make him look like some sort of good Samaritan. And you know what they say, snitches get stitches. No, quite literally, look, Raleigh ends up in a cast because of his injuries, and the other boys are stuck doing community service. He also gets the praise of the local police force and becomes an honorary rent-a-cop. However, throughout the entire episode, something is up with that cast. It's itchy, but it keeps getting worse. We see plenty of movement underneath the cast, and soon enough, it's readily apparent that there are rats underneath that cast. And this is just an episode that will make you feel uncomfortable. You'll definitely be scratching your own arm when you watch this. And it really does do a good job of slowly building up that sort of dread and uncomfortableness. Even the ending, when Riley finally snaps and saws off the cast. The mom tells one of the officers that when he found him, even once the cast was off, he still kept sawing. Of course, this is all spoken, not shown, but it leaves it up to our own imagination, and it's the perfect visual to close out an episode with. I can't recall if I said this in the Are You Afraid of the Dark ranking video, but I'm not particularly scared of clowns. I get the fear, but they just don't do anything for me. So the fact that Afraid of Clowns ranks this highly should be a testament to its quality. This episode revolves around a kid who, you guessed it, is afraid of clowns. However, leading up to his 13th birthday, he gets fucking gang stalked by a bunch of them. I mean, they roll up on his ass complete with a clown car and everything. It's actually kind of hilarious. So of course he's acting weird and paranoid, something his parents take note of, and his father thinks it's puberty, so he tries to talk about puberty with his son, on multiple occasions throughout the episode even, and it's hilariously awkward and almost a little too real. However, those scenes take on a completely different context once we get to the ending, as the main character ends up getting roped along to a carnival show because he has a crush on a girl. He gets selected from the audience to participate in the show, completely against his will. On stage, he is transformed into a clown. Stumbling backstage, he finds out that the makeup doesn't come off, and that's when, and listen to this, that's when his parents come out of nowhere and are like, yeah, we're clowns, and you're a clown. Get used to it. It's such a dumb ending, but I really like it. Imagine being scared of something only to learn that you are the thing that you fear, and that there's truly no escape. But I think this episode really excels when it comes to the visuals. The lighting is fun and dynamic, there's a lot of kinetic movement to the characters and the camera. Also, this episode does the whole cake or fake thing in a dream sequence way before it's ever popular. Overall, just a really fun and decently scary episode. Scary Mary is yet again just haunting hour, taking a classic urban legend and contextualizing it in a modern setting. In this case, it's taking the classic Bloody Mary story. It's also a two-parter, which is notable for one major reason. You see, part 1 plays out in a very standard way. A group of kids talk about Bloody Mary, I mean Scary Mary. But yeah, it's just them talking about Scary Mary, going over the whole myth, and they even end up performing the ritual. Scary things happen here and there, and our main character ends up trapped in some sort of mirror dimension. And it's fine, it's completely standard, it's nothing egregious or nothing really that great. If this was the only episode, it'd probably be somewhere in the middle of the ranking. However, part 2 dials it up, because now we get to see inside the mirror dimension, and it's fucking creepy. Scary Mary and all her past victims live in this world and are forced to wear these eerie looking masks, as Mary keeps all their faces in a chest for her to wear at will. And in the climax, finally getting to see a quick glimpse of Mary, it's really terrifying and effective. I really want to rank this higher because part 2 is just that good. However, part 1 really is nothing special. This episode could have easily broken the top 10, but unfortunately, has to sit right outside the top 20. Sick perfectly encapsulates what it's like to feel, well, sick. The constant coughing, the runny, itchy, irritated nose, slipping in and out of awake and sleeping, just the overall amount of gunk and mucus in your body. And this episode even captures this feeling of being sick as a kid perfectly, as the main character ends up watching boring daytime television, which is really just a rite of passage of being sick as a kid. And I gotta say, this episode really did hit different when I first watched it, because I watched all of Haunting Hour over the course of 5 days, and for all 5 of those days, I was deathly sick. Like, the sickest I've ever been in my entire life. So when the house itself in the episode ends up getting sick, complete with pools of sweat on the wall and snot all over the place, brother, I've never felt more seen. But as it turns out, the house isn't getting sick, and these people aren't quarantining the place because of the kid. Turns out there's an alien coincidentally loose in the house, and the people in hazmat suits are planning on just pumping poisonous gas in to kill the alien, even though they know the kid's in there. They just consider it collateral damage. They even tell the mom, and she ends up breaking down outside. However, they do the whole "it was just a dream" ending, which is a giant cop-out, but the rest of the episode is still really good. I already talked about how fantasy horror isn't really my cup of tea, so it's quite shocking that a two-parter fantasy episode cracked my top 20, but I think that speaks volumes to the sheer quality in this episode. But I also think that has to do with the fact that there's not a drop of horror in this entire episode, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's like one part in the woods, but outside of that, yeah, this is really just a fantasy episode. Which also means the production design team isn't constrained to the suburbs, meaning they can make some of the best costumes, props, set designs, and set decorations in the entire series. No, really, I think this episode from production design level is the best in the entire show. As far as the story, it's actually pretty good. Two kids work under a sorcerer. Well, the boy's an apprentice wanting to learn magic, and the girl, well, she's a slave, so, yeah. But the sorcerer is a complete dickhead who won't free the girl or even teach the boy magic. So the two seek out help from the sorcerer's ex-apprentice, who promises the two that if they help kill the evil sorcerer, she will in fact free the girl and teach the boy magic. So they do that, but she doesn't free the girl or teach the boy magic, so they end up taking her down, and that's that. Nothing crazy plot-wise, all things considered, but it's just done very well. This one's gonna be real short. Swarmer Norman is about a boy named Norman who finds out he can control bugs. So he swarms his bullies with them, but his ego gets a little too big, so the bugs turn on him. And that's really it for this episode. Yeah, not too much happens here. It's really short and simple, yet effective. This is probably totally a bias thing. I'm not scared of bugs per se, but a big pile of them, it just does something to me. And I just don't like it. But that's exactly why I like this episode. Grampire sounds like it would suck. A society of old people vampires? That ain't scary, and it sounds like an excuse to make fun of some old people. Which, to be fair, I'm all for making fun of old people. And while we do get a lot of old people jokes, I really liked them. They were less juvenile and more wholesome and cute for some reason. Like this old lady stopping her pursuit when she realizes that there's a sale going on. I really like that joke. Or how the grandpa calls this one old lady vampire young because she's only like 250 years old. But the simple premise of the episode is that these two grandkids visit their grandpa who, to no surprise, is a vampire. But also that the entire neighborhood he lives in is for old vampires. Quickly, the community realizes that there is fresh blood in town and start going after his grandkids. And that's really all there is to it. But what we end up getting is just a really fun adventure, as the granddaughter ends up getting kidnapped, forcing these two to go save her. And really, it's just these two kicking ass in a handful of fun and unique locales. Like the supermarket is a perfect example. It appears like a normal supermarket, but slowly as they travel deeper into it, all the goods are some sort of vampire products. I mean, most prominently, blood. I really love these free samples of blood in particular. Or in the very end, we find out that they are giving away the granddaughter as a prize at bingo. And they present her like she's a bottle of vintage wine. It's really good stuff. But for our climax, we end up getting a really dramatic, intense game of bingo. Fucking bingo. And I absolutely love it. And it's also surprisingly effective. Of course, they end up getting her back and pretty much nuking the entire place. Oh yeah, did I also mention this is a two-parter? Because yeah, this episode is 2 parts and yet somehow still remains fun throughout. The pace never really slows down. If anything, it only ramps up. And I applaud them for not only having a fun adventure kind of episode, but for it being 2 parts as well. That's kind of hard to do. Dreamcatcher is the only episode that takes place at a summer camp. I only point this out because this kind of setting was pretty common for Goosebumps, or at least for the books. But if I could simplify the story just a little bit, it's basically Nightmare on Elm Street, but with this guy who is half man, half spider, who invades the camper's dreams, and Jesus Christ, this is terrifying. And that's really all there is to this episode. It's a rather simple plot executed rather well, with a good cast of characters and some of the most unsettling designs and scenarios. I mean, the ending just has this bully character straight up die to this thing. Really You is the only episode of Haunting Hour I watched as a kid, and it fucked me up back then. And I'm glad to say it still kinda fucked me up now. It's a doll episode, a R.L. Stine specialty. It's also yet again another two-parter, notable this time around because of how they utilize the extra length in a rather clever way. You see, part 1 is just the standard doll story. Kid gets a doll, the doll comes alive, but nobody believes the kid, and the doll starts causing havoc that the main character is blamed for. It's nothing special. In fact, it kind of just goes through the motions. Although, I will say, it's done rather well. Meanwhile, in part 2, we are introduced to a completely new aspect of the story, and that's how slowly the main character is turning into the doll, while the doll is slowly turning into the main character. And I do mean slowly. This episode really has some great body horror sequences because of that. Part 2 is also where the other characters visit this creepy old doll maker looking for answers, and just all these scenes are spectacular. So essentially, you got an episode with the classic doll stuff, but then you also got something completely new. This is kind of why I don't like the sequel episode, because it's just the standard doll stuff from part 1 while also not providing anything new. Oh yeah, and like love changes them back and the day is saved. Overall, great episode that is truly elevated in the second half. As a closeted musical fan who will never admit they like musicals, I love stage fright. The whole episode sees a school putting on a stage production of Hansel and Gretel, which from my understanding is a real musical, but at the same time the episode seemingly creates its own music for it. I don't know. I watched 76 episodes from this series. I'm sorry if my research ain't the best. But that being said, the music in the episode is actually really good. I kind of wish they did a few more songs. I mean, at least give us some sort of ballad. But slowly the stars of the show start disappearing, making the overall production a complete shit show. And this episode is loaded with jokes and scenarios that probably hit a little too close to my fellow theater friends. But this all accumulates at the end when it turns out that a witch has been sabotaging the show, because she doesn't particularly like her portrayal in the show. So she locks the theater doors and presumably kills not just everyone on stage, but everybody in the audience as well. I really wasn't joking when I said they tend to kill off all the characters at the end of some of these episodes. But we are left with an episode that is not only fun and mysterious, it also has some good songs to boot. This might be my most controversial ranking here. I can already sense some comments saying that I placed this one way too high. But hey, you already watched an hour of this video. You might as well watch a couple more minutes to hear me out. And then you can leave your mean comment. Near Mint Condition sees our main character buying a rare discontinued doll from the 80s, rumored to be discontinued because it was linked to several deaths back in the day. And, well, yeah, it's a killer plushie. That's really all there is to it, but you know what? This episode completely knows what it is. It's very tongue-in-cheek. It knows it's cheesy, and in fact heavily leans into that cheese. The dialogue is fast and snappy, and also pretty funny too. And what we are ultimately left with is just another stupid fun episode that knows it's stupid and fun. And that's all I can really ask for. Also, low-key got Five Nights at Freddy's vibes, I don't know what that means. Lights Out is a great episode. It starts with a group of kids watching a paranormal investigation show and commenting on the fact that it's so fake and that they could do better, so they do just that. They end up going to an abandoned hospital to try to make their own show, and it's so funny because, yeah, they're trying to fake this thing. Sometimes they open a door a little too soon and have to redo the shot, or sometimes one of the kids messes up and ends up in a shot where he's not supposed to be in. It's great. Now, I may have not grown up watching Ghost Adventures or anything like that, but me and my friends growing up, we absolutely loved The Othersiders. It only had like 2 seasons on Cartoon Network and it sucked, but that didn't matter. Of course, actual scary shit happens to them and it's done really well. It almost has a Blair Witch-like quality to it, if I'm being honest. But the whole thing ends by doing a full circle, with a new group of kids watching what we just watched and saying that they could do better. It's just simply beautiful. Return of the Pumpkinheads is a sequel episode of which I have not talked about the original episode yet. So I'll try to keep this brief. Now, that being said, the first episode is really good. Clearly, I haven't ranked it yet, so worse than great is still good. But it really does feel like sloppy seconds. This episode can in fact completely stand on its own, as there really isn't a connection to the first episode. So in essence, it's good, it's just been done better, and you'll soon see what I mean. This episode sets the tone right away with the opening scene. Wrong Number is funny, self-aware, satirical, and over the top in the best way possible. It's basically if Mean Girls was a horror movie, essentially. And I absolutely love it. I know I said this about plenty of episodes in the series before, but this is the absolute funniest episode. It's basically 2 popular Valley Girl archetypes stumbling around a bunch of scary shit. Like, at the start, their old next door neighbor complains about them being too loud, so they prank call her like 3 times in a row. The next morning, she fucking dies, and medical services come to retrieve the dead body. And guess what? Instead of feeling bad, the main girl's like, damn, that medical guy's pretty hot, and then proceeds to ask for his number in front of the dead body. And it is this tone that is kept throughout the entire episode. It knows what it is and fully capitalizes on it. As far as the horror elements go, it's probably the only downside. Basically, the old dead lady is haunting them with phone calls and texts and like spiders. I don't know. Until eventually her ghost fully comes into the picture to trap the main girl into the phone. Its horror elements is nothing crazy, but it's more than serviceable, I suppose. But with writing this consistent and good, it just cracked my top 10. The Perfect Brother is a story between 2 brothers. I know, who could have guessed? There's one slightly above average brother and one, well, perfect brother. Slowly, the perfect brother starts underperforming in school, and by that I mean he gets straight A's and 1 A-. But the parents start acting weird and end up taking him to the hospital. Except the average brother finds out it's not a hospital. It's a whole ass facility, and this facility is fantastic. Some of the most sterile, cold, and creepy visuals come from this one setting. Seeing the different subjects vacantly being tested on is great. But outside of the fantastic visuals, the heart of the episode is the relationship between 2 brothers. And unlike, say, My Imaginary Friend, the perfect brother gives proper attention and focus onto the sibling relationship. And we truly feel like these are genuine brothers who are there for each other. Eventually, they find each other where it turns out that the perfect brother is just a robot, and his underperformance is due to him being outdated. So the facility is just going to scrap him and replace him. Even upon learning that his brother is a robot, the average brother still says he loves him, and it's a truly emotional scene. Doubly impactful due to the fact that, he's unable to save him. And when he returns home, the replacement brother is already in their house. But the average brother refuses to recognize him as his true brother. And as we, the audience, are still dealing with the heartbreak, the show reveals the big twist. Turns out the whole family are robots and the average son is the only human. And the only reason why the family had him in the first place was so that he could do all the mundane tasks around the house, like doing dishes, laundry, or mowing the lawn. But he's been too much of a pain, so they ship him off. And the episode ends. It's such a good twist that I think truly blindsided me. Not only did this kid lose his brother, but he also lost his family. I mean, to be fair, their parents weren't that great to begin with, but still. Catching Cold is a great episode that I just so happened to talk about in a video. So it's the same video where I talk about the Funhouse episode. I talk about both episodes in that video. If you want to check it out, I mean, it's up to you. But to keep it brief, it's a genuinely chilling story about addiction with some great visuals and a truly disturbing ending. Plus, it's got Rowley in it again. So, it's a good time all around. Spores is the second to last episode of the series, and it's an infamous season 4 episode, which, yeah, that season didn't really have the best track record. So I'm delighted to say that Spores is a great episode, and with a really simple plot nonetheless. Basically, a family goes hiking in the woods. Suddenly, the mom disappears and the dad starts acting strange. And it's really the uneasy, tension-filled atmosphere that slowly ramps up throughout the episode that is truly palpable. It's fantastic, and while we the audience may know what's going on, it was still great waiting for the other shoe to drop. As far as what's truly going on, it's literally the premise of Last of Us. I am not kidding. There's a whole scene where the main kid talks about cordyceps and how they only infect insects and shouldn't affect humans, but the spores have started infecting humans somehow. And it is this ending with these fungus people that is truly terrifying. I can't help but feel itchy looking at this stuff. It really is some of the best body horror in the entire show. Also, once again, keeping up with tradition, everybody dies at the end of this episode. The mom, the dad, the older brother and sister, and the little kid at the end gets blasted with a face full of spores. So, Haunting Hour is truly taking no prisoners. This is yet again another entry I have to defend a little bit, because I really love this episode, but I feel like any fan of the show wouldn't rank this one nearly as high as I did. So, just hear me out. Creature Feature is a fantastic 2-part episode, because just like all the best 2-parters before it, it perfectly utilizes the extra length to tell a better story. The plot line revolves around this kid getting sucked into a 1950s B-movie, while these other two kids sit back and watch. And really, it's got a lot of humor in a rather unexpected way that I truly love. You see, as the main characters going through the movie, these two are stuck back and provide commentary. So in a sort of way, it becomes like an episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000. And I was smiling ear to ear throughout the entire duration. However, Part 2 is totally different. If Part 1 was just this funny little goofy riff on B-movies, then Part 2 is just fucked up. You see, in Part 2, the kid ends up escaping the movie. However, he starts slowly turning into a tick. And when I say slowly, I mean it's literally like the sequences in the Jeff Goldblum The Fly. Of course, not as graphic as the film, but pretty damn close, all things considered. And so the kid becomes a giant tick monster and starts terrorizing the town. And this is just brilliant, because essentially what the episode is doing is taking the thing that we were laughing at in the first part and making it truly terrifying and gross. I absolutely love the tonal shift and the play on the audience perception. Oh, and Part 2 still doesn't lose its humor. It's still perfectly integrated throughout. Creature Feature is fantastic, and I think probably the most underrated episode in the entire series. The Walls is one of those early season 1 episodes that lets you know this show is going to be something truly special because, goddamn dude. This is one of the most unsettling episodes, but above all else, I think it's also without doubt the grossest episode. And it really all comes down to this creature design. This is fucking fantastic in the worst way possible. I mean, just, ew, he's so slimy. But maybe I should back up real quick. What is the plot of this episode? Well, it's about a family moving into a new home, and quickly our main character starts hearing things in the walls. After he talks to some neighborhood kid the next day, he learns that the person that used to live in the house was found dead. Apparently, the old tenant would be seen bringing home bags upon bags of sugar home with him, constantly saying that he needs to feed the walls. Later that night, our main character faces the creature stating that he needs to feed him sugar or he'll kill his parents. So the kid does just that, but realizes this is unsustainable and starts losing his mind, eventually deciding to go into the walls himself to kill the creature, and he almost does, but his parents save the creature the last second. Apparently, the parents knew about the creature all along, actually bought the house specifically because of the creature, because apparently this creature grants good luck. It's a little bit of a goofy ending, that's for sure, but I love the implications that the parents were willing to keep their kid in the dark about this horrifying thing for the sake of their own benefit. It asks the question of who is the bigger monster in the end, and who do you feel safe with if the people meant to keep you safe aren't doing that. But once again, props to this creature design. I also love that we really only get to see bits and pieces of him, and before we even get a glimpse, we just hear noises. This episode does a really good job of ramping things up, and I love it. Pumpkinhead is hailed as one of Haunting Hour's all-time classic episodes, and for good reason. The episode starts on a pretty eerie note, as we open on a family getting ready for Halloween. However, Halloween is looking a bit different this time around, as 1 year ago, a bunch of kids went missing on Halloween, and the whole town is cautious. Most residents aren't decorating, pumpkin patches aren't selling pumpkins, and trick-or-treating has been cancelled. Instead, the local school has opted to host their very own trick-or-treating event within the school itself. It's a rather foreboding way to start the episode, with a town trying to heal from its wounds placed previously. And from there, it only gets worse, as the main trio decides that they want real pumpkins, so they sneak into a pumpkin patch that's closed off. Also, it just so happens to be the same place where the kids went missing. From there, they find the pumpkin heads, and these things are truly terrifying. The farmer catches them and gets mad, and the kids run off, stealing some pumpkins in the process. Later that night, one of the kids gets kidnapped by these pumpkin heads, while the other two deduce that he's at the farm. The youngest stays in the car, while the older one goes in and looks. And it really does feel like the beginning of the end, a helpless scenario that they had no way of overcoming, and a fate they ultimately sealed for themselves. Yeah, this is yet again another scenario where everybody dies at the end. It's also one you truly feel bad for, because all three of these siblings have such great chemistry between one another. And the fact that this episode doesn't even give them so much as a glimpse of being able to overcome these monsters is just soul-crushing. We also find out that the souls of the people the pumpkin heads kill go into these actual pumpkins. And this is such a striking and uncanny visual, I absolutely love it. From start to finish, this is an episode that progressively gets scarier and scarier, something the sequel episode just didn't do, or have as good as characters as this episode did. Once again, it just feels like sloppy seconds, but this episode truly is a Haunting Hour classic. This is the one everybody's probably been waiting for, and for good reason. Mascot probably has one of the most striking and iconic monsters in the entirety of the show. I mean, look at this fucking thing. But beyond that, what we are given is a rather simplistic plot executed perfectly to make one of the best episodes. Plain and simple, this school's mascot is ugly, so these two kids decide to change it. However, this also requires firing the person who is currently the mascot. But the problem is, nobody knows who's under the suit, and the air of mystery only slowly builds from there the more they attempt to talk to this thing. They eventually hold trials for new mascots, with the wolf guy winning it, but the next day he's nowhere to be found. And then after that, one of the two kids goes to confront the mascot, only to find out that there's nobody in the costume. A twist that is rather obvious and you can see coming from a mile away. However, as I said earlier, it is done beautifully. After that, the kid goes missing, and at the basketball game, the other character tries to call his cell phone. However, the ringing is coming from inside the mascot. It is revealed that not only has the kid been eaten, but so was the other guy who won the tryouts. Which is a little unfair. I mean, I know the guy was gunning for his job, but all he did was some light breakdancing. He really didn't deserve this. But this is truly some of the most shocking visuals in the show, revealing that the inside of this mascot is grotesquely real, with flesh and a slime-like substance, all while creating a horrifically claustrophobic space for these two poor bastards. It's fantastic. Flight snuck up on me. Not like I expected this episode to be bad or anything, but I definitely didn't expect this episode to be so mature and emotional with its story. This episode is truly the most poignant with its subject matter in a way that shocked me. They cover heavy themes that are hard to express, let alone in a show for children. And if I watched this episode not knowing it's from Haunting Hour, I wouldn't even have known it was from a children's show. What's even crazier to me is that this episode isn't scary, at least in the traditional sense, because ultimately this episode is a discussion about death. You see, this episode centers around a kid flying alone on a plane to visit his estranged dad. Since his parents divorced, he doesn't like spending time with his dad. He ends up sitting next to this man who seems annoyed to be flying next to a kid, but humors him by engaging in conversation. They overhear two people talking, saying that they are transporting a dead body via the cargo hold. Meanwhile, the man has trouble waving down a flight attendant. An old lady ends up boarding the plane, and the man in particular has a bad feeling about her. Through a bunch of vision flashes, it is revealed that the old lady is the Grim Reaper. And before you can even predict it, it's revealed that the man in the plane is in fact a ghost. He is the dead body in the cargo hold, and only the kid and the Grim Reaper can see him. Once again, another instance where I thought they were going to draw this out and have it be some big revelation at the end, but no. By the time you figure it out, the show reveals the truth. There's a hauntingly beautiful moment where the man remembers how he died. It was a car crash. The camera slowly pushes in on his face as you see lights and hear sounds indicative of the accident. It's a simplistic, chilling way to do this monologue, and some of the best direction in the entire series. The rest of the episode is just a man going through the 5 stages of grief, with a kid trying to console him along the way. Eventually, his restless spirit starts making the plane go down. Attempting to fix the problem, the kid asks the Grim Reaper to take him away, and she just tells him that he has to come to the decision on his own. And then what we get is one of the most profound, moving, and emotional conversations. The two get into the whole philosophy of living and dying, and the man stating that he has so many regrets, saying how he pushed people away because he wrongfully assumed he was never wanted. The kid is able to relate this to his own predicament. Since the divorce, he's been pushing his dad away because he thinks his dad is wanting to spend time with him out of pity almost. They both learn a lesson on being vulnerable and accept the time they will never get back. The man's still unwilling to die, the kid proclaims that it's okay to pass on. The two go back and forth for a bit in one very profound exchange of dialogue, and then the man approaches the Grim Reaper, ready to move on, and he finally enters the light. The plane stabilizes and they're able to land. The boy talks to the Grim Reaper one time, thanking her for bringing the two together, as they both learn valuable lessons. He tells her later, and she responds by saying, "Without a doubt," cementing the idea that death is inevitable. This episode is a tight 20 minutes, with some of the most introspective discussions surrounding death and life that I have ever seen in a kids program. It's beautiful, it's a masterpiece, and it just barely fell short of my number one. Scarecrow is the best episode of Haunting Hour because of a number of reasons, but the main one being the ending. No hyperbole, this is the best ending in the entire series, and honestly, it's not even close. But this episode also has the best antagonist. He's not a monster or over the top or cartoony. He's simply a chilling, calculated, mysterious man who may not be in the episode that much, but his presence is constantly felt. His ideas permeate throughout. An overall helpless sense of dread looms over this episode, one that not only doesn't go away, but grows larger and larger. One that can't help but be felt long after the episode finally finishes. The story starts off innocent enough, with an older brother and younger sister just living life on a farm. A normal, mundane visit to the general store ends up changing their lives forever as he walks in. A man with no name dressed in all black talks about the end of the world, questioning why people worry so much as he believes it would be peaceful, as everything would be totally silent. Before he leaves, he proclaims that the modern world is too noisy. Later on, the man runs into the little sister and offers to sell her a scarecrow. Seeing as she was having trouble with the crops and birds, she takes him up on the deal. The next morning, the crops are perfectly fine, not a bird in sight, and yet, things are eerily quiet. Even worse, all the cattle are gone too. The scarecrow just standing still. The older brother calls his girlfriend, explains everything. Suddenly, the girl starts freaking out, saying, "It feels like everything is there, and everything is nothing," ending by saying she knows it is coming, before seeing a scarecrow above the entire small town. The call ends there. They try to tell their parents, but they're missing. The house is morbidly quiet. Deciding to go into town, upon arriving, it is frighteningly silent. Remnants of life once lived laid about. Suddenly, the mysterious man can be spotted driving to the farmhouse. So the brother calls his sister, warning her of an incoming peril, telling her to go inside and lock the door. She does just that, but discovers a trail of straw, and when she turns to leave, she is confronted by a scarecrow. She begins to cry silently. When the brother arrives home, he is confronted with a mysterious man, who proceeds to deliver one of the most chilling and terrifying monologues, all backed by complete, unsettling silence. He talks about the end of the world and how he needed at least somebody by his side to witness how perfectly quiet it is. We then end on a shot of two scarecrows, one wearing the attire of the older brother and the other of the mysterious man. And after all is said and done, I sat there, sitting in my bedroom, in complete silence. And it was beautiful. You guys may know Goosebumps and you guys may know The Haunting Hour, but do you guys know R.L. Stine's other book series? And no, I'm not talking about Fear Street. Of course, I am talking about The Nightmare Room. I mean, it's literally in the title of the video. But The Nightmare Room was a short-lived series written by R.L. Stine in the very early 2000s. Essentially, it's just a rebranded Goosebumps, but not Goosebumps. You see, Goosebumps mania was a big thing throughout the early to mid-90s, but near the end of the decade, despite trying to keep up with its audience, the hype kind of fell off. I also imagine that R.L. Stine maybe kind of wanted to branch out from that IP, and thus, The Nightmare Room was born. Now, for the sake of research for this video, I actually read a couple of Goosebumps books and Nightmare Room books, and yeah, they're pretty much the same. I guess if anything, maybe The Nightmare Room is a bit more explicit with its descriptions, but even then, it's on a book-by-book basis, because there's some truly fucked up Goosebumps books out there. So The Nightmare Room kind of flopped and ended as soon as it started, with possibly the events of 9/11 being a reason? What the fuck? Oh, it's from the fandom wiki. Yeah, okay, that checks out. But a couple years later, R.L. Stine would go back to writing Goosebumps yet again with the Goosebumps Horrorland series of books, which I absolutely loved as a kid, and so The Nightmare Room faded into obscurity. With only 12 books to this series and a publication date that only lasted a year's length, The Nightmare Room seems to be an obscure gem. Which is why I was surprised so many of you guys want me to talk about this series, because... Hold on a second, I'm getting a call. Hey, what's up? Yeah, no, I'm talking about The Nightmare Room right now. Yeah, no. Wait, what? There was a TV show? Yeah, people wanted to hop on whatever R.L. Stine was cooking up because of the sheer dominant force that was Goosebumps throughout the 90s. And so, the Nightmare Room TV series was born. And just like the book series, it came and went so fucking fast, with the show only having 1 season and 13 episodes. So, let's rank them. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time again. Rankings are decided by these 3 factors right here. I suppose if you watch enough of this series already, you've come to know my ranking criteria and are tired of me explaining it all the time, so I'm going to save you the time and me the breath. And as per usual, 2-parters will be counted as 1 episode, so while there's a total of 13 episodes, we will only be ranking 12 episodes. Yeah, really. Just like Creeped Out beforehand, there is only 1 2-parter in the entire series. And one final thing before we dive into this ranking proper, I am so sorry for the video quality on some of these episodes. You see, this series is impossible to find online in official or unofficial capacity. It doesn't stream on anything, you can't buy it off of anything, and you can't find a torrent worth a damn. That being said, the whole series is actually really easy to watch. Like, there's several different playlists here on YouTube, but the quality, yeah. It's either giving 2008 YouTube on a BlackBerry Storm, or there's this big old watermark in the bottom right. So I apologize in advance, but this was honestly the best I could do. Finding good quality footage is next to impossible. So anyways, without further ado, this is every episode of The Nightmare Room, ranked from worst to best. Enjoy.
Or you may find yourself in The Nightmare Room. The Nightmare Room.
My Name is Evil is a strange episode, and not like a good kind of strange, but more of a like, some things just don't make sense and made me genuinely rewind certain moments to make sure I didn't miss something. I mean, don't get me wrong, it does have a lot of good things going for it. I felt like the acting and chemistry between the characters were really good, and the music through the episode was strangely really good. But then again, the chemistry and dialogue between every character throughout the series is consistently really good, with the exception of one episode later on, which I'll talk about. But also, the music is just good throughout the entire series. Like, every single episode I wrote a note saying good music, so I don't know. But this episode even starts on this creepy carnival location, and I'm a giant sucker for children's horror stories taking place in a carnival, but unfortunately, outside of the intro and a brief part halfway through, most of the story takes place in a middle school. Which, I mean, it's debatably more scary. Sometimes I get flashbacks and I swear I can still smell the Axe body spray. But the story starts with our main character and his friends celebrating his birthday at a carnival. And while they're there, they run into a fortune teller who freaks out on the main character and says there's a great evil coming. They just brush it off and end up spotting a group of popular girls from their school also at the carnival. Our main character has a crush on the central popular girl, but doesn't have the guts to approach her. But after his bros hype him all up, telling him he's the nicest person ever, he eventually takes the initiative, and not only does he fumble, but he gets teased and embarrassed. So sometimes there are things worse than rejection. The next morning, the main character wakes up with a giant rash on his arm, and this is kind of where things stop adding up. Okay, so like, I like the rash. It gets worse throughout the episode with the main character constantly itching it whenever he gets mad. It adds a nice sense of progressive body horror throughout the episode, even though it never really gets to a state that I would really consider grotesque. I also like how it's a visual ramification for our own main character's resentment or unchecked emotions, kind of showing the harm of bottling up your feelings. So thematically, I like everything that's going on here, but okay, let me just explain. Okay. So, since getting the rash, our main character basically has uncontrollable telepathy, and he unleashes it whenever he gets mad, right? Like, his friend ends up getting with his crush, so through telepathy, he pushes him down the stairs. Or later on, during gym class, his crush ends up talking shit to him, essentially just gaslighting him about his friends, and he gets all mad and ends up creating a sinkhole for his other friend to almost get sucked up in, right? So, there's nothing wrong with these order of events. However, the first time he uses his telepathy to push his friend down the stairs, the girl ends up freaking out and saying that she saw the main character push him. Which, like, okay, two things. One, she's trying to tear this friend group apart. She openly tells the main character this near the end of the episode. So even if lying, her motivation does make sense, I guess. And two, the main character was behind and far away from his friend when he fell down the stairs, but as soon as homegirl blames the main character, he automatically believes her for some reason? Like, once again, sure, I've seen friends turn on other friends for just an ounce of pussy, so this response is reasonable. But the second scene, the sinkhole scene, this one legitimately doesn't make sense to me. So the main character is staying hella far away, a sinkhole opens up and almost drags homeboy in, and immediately homegirl starts blaming the main character, saying that he did this somehow, and once again, immediately, everyone here just believes her. Like, what? How? Unless I'm being led to believe that everyone just accepts the fact that this kid has telepathy now for like no reason, no build-up. But yeah, that kind of is what happens. Everyone just refers to him as the cursed kid, which just seems so outlandish. Something like this could work if it was properly built up. Like, if this show slowly built up the reputation for the main character being cursed, then sure. But the sample size is a kid falling down the stairs and a sinkhole opening up. Like, we need more data. And this girl's level of gaslighting knows no bounds. Like, god damn. I mean, imagine if you're sitting shotgun in a car ride with a bunch of your friends, and then suddenly y'all get into a car crash. And then your buddy in the back seat starts blaming you for that very car crash, and the driver just believes him. You know how little that would make sense? But in the end, the girl taunts the main character, saying this was all part of her master plan. And then our main character is all like, wait a minute, you were at every single one of those events too. You're the one doing this. and then she uses her powers to fling him across the cafeteria in front of everybody, and now she gets labeled as the cursed one by the entire school. Except, of course, in classic fashion, the ending shows that the main character does in fact have powers. So it kind of reframes this confrontation a little bit. Does she actually have powers, or did the main character purposely throw himself across the room in order to flip the narrative? I don't know, and I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck. There is almost certainly an idea here. I think it just needed more room to breathe and maybe some examples to really get us over the finish line. Because as it stands, it's the worst episode of The Nightmare Room, but not by much. I know they say don't judge a book by its cover, but out of all the Nightmare Room book covers, Locker 13 looked the coolest. And that's saying a lot because there are some truly fantastic book covers in this short series. So going into this episode, I was holding out hope that this one would be good, but well, you can see where this one ranked. Now, you may be thinking this is a story about a haunted locker, but it's not really. It's more of an episode about luck. And it actually reminds me a lot of the Haunting Hour episode called Lots of Luck, which, yeah. And not to spoil where that one ranks in my own video, but needless to say, it's not very high. So, what are the events of this story? Well, our main character's locker gets busted at the very start of this episode, and he ends up having to relocate to Locker 13, which is just in the fucking abandoned part of school, I guess? Why the fuck is it so run down back here? Well, I mean, it is public school, so, actually, never mind. It checks out. But upon receiving his new locker, he finds a good luck charm, and well, our main character is a very superstitious person. He's got boxes of good luck trinkets, and he wears a special sweatband during his wrestling matches, because he wrestles, as a good luck charm. So even though he's skeptical at first, he still decides to hold on to the charm, and almost immediately he becomes really lightheaded and dizzy, but ultimately brushes it off. I'm sure that's nothing to worry about. But he's also able to win his wrestling match, on top of getting invited to a party and getting a kiss on the cheek from a girl. But he also wins $100 from some Colin radio station thing. I mean, sure, he's growing more and more tired, but it's probably nothing, right? And we're in the locker dimension now. Okay, cool. Kind of cozy in here, actually. Yeah, so here we get introduced to the mastermind behind everything, the Fate Master. The Fate Master basically tells our main character that, yeah, the charm feeds off of your life force, and anytime something lucky occurs to you, the more life is drained. Hence why our main character was getting so fatigued. So yeah, that sucks, but it seems like a simple solution would be to just chuck the charm into a river or something, but that actually won't work either. You see, our main character actually flushes the charm down the toilet, but it ends up right back in his possession. The Fate Master explains that if he wants to be free of the charm, he has to relinquish the charm to someone else. In particular, the Fate Master really wants the charm to go to his best friend, because, I actually don't know why. I don't think they ever really gave a reason in particular. I mean, technically, the main character can just give the charm to anyone or anything that has a life force. I think the Fate Master just says it has to be his friend to make it more of a moral choice for the main character. And fair enough. I love that kind of villainy. But despite the main character's diminishing fatigue, he for no moment even humors the idea of giving the charm to his friend, and he even tells him everything. Of course, the friend doesn't believe him at first, but he eventually comes around and they devise a plan together. You see, in order to undo the effects of the charm essentially needs a new host. Meaning, if the main character gives the charm to somebody else, and then something lucky happens to him in his life, the main character is free from the curse and reverts back to normal. So in the end, the main character wins his wrestling match and becomes normal again, because as it turns out, he fed one of the frogs from his biology class the charm. And a frog may not be a person, but it is a life force. And since these frogs were going to die anyways, it was the perfect subject to give the charm to. It also means that the Fate Master will disappear because the main character was able to win his wrestling match. Therefore, the charm doesn't really have a host. Only problem? Wrestling isn't really a luck-based thing? I mean, you can get lucky in that sport, sure, whatever, but I think it's probably one of the worst sports to choose in terms of luckiness. I mean, in the book, the main character doesn't even wrestle, he actually just plays basketball, which I guess makes more sense in that regard. But yeah, sure, whatever. I guess he just got lucky with his matchup, or something. Overall, I think this episode is just a little boring. The main character gets more fatigued as the episode goes on, but the makeup never fully reflects that. Like, there's this POV shot of all these kids steering clear of the main character, and watching this, you expect the main character to look like absolute shit, but nah. He just looks like he's a little under the weather. I mean, granted, this is one of the episodes I could only find in like 240p, so maybe a better resolution would reveal better makeup, but I don't know. I think a lot of this episode is just the main character shambling around, barely staying awake and falling asleep, and it's like, come on, sweetie. I struggle with depression too. This isn't really scary to me anymore. I think this episode just desperately needed another element at play to really hold my attention, because as is, it's not good. Now that I've been doing these ranking videos for a while, I've come to the realization that the only thing worse than a bad episode is a bad episode that had potential. And Fear games not only had potential, but a lot of potential. Like, from the premise alone, I was hooked, but ultimately, the episode not only under-delivered, but it borderline didn't even deliver at all. Okay, so this episode is essentially like the show Survivor, but with a scary horror twist. And for my younger Gen Z crowd out there, it's like Total Drama Island, but with a scary horror twist. You get a cast full of characters arriving on an island set to compete for a huge cash prize, right? This is clearly supposed to be like Survivor. However, the only problem being that it just feels like a very run-of-the-mill episode. Survivor is a reality TV show, and this episode doesn't even make an attempt to format this episode like one. I guess plot-wise, it would pretty much need a complete rewrite given how the story plays out, but that's just the thing. They had an idea and just didn't capitalize on it. I think the problem is that they play this episode too straight. It's too serious and dramatic when this should have been a fun comedic horror episode. It'd be great if some scary shit goes down and they cut to one of those confessionals, like there's gold on the table and they're just not taking it. Like, it's just a massive missed opportunity, especially since the episode starts with each character's like audition tape, which is a really funny way to do character introductions, but it also kind of sets the episode up to be a goofy, fun time, and what we get is just kind of boring. Like, nothing all too crazy happens in this episode, and it also flies by super fast. Like, this is an episode that really needed to be 2 parts. I think out of all the episodes, this one should have been completely reworked from the ground up as a 2-parter because, and I cannot stress this enough, there is massive potential here. But what do we get out of this episode? Witches. We get a bunch of witches. Yeah, so the whole thing behind this episode is that these kids arrive on this island called Tranquility Island, but they find out it's actually called Witch Island. Ooh. And then there's just a bunch of character challenges, all of which our main character passes, by the way. The game show host seems odd and mysterious. At the end, he even just leaves the island, straight up abandoning these kids, but yet again, they really just needed to play him up more, because as he stands, he just kind of comes across as a non-threat. And then a witch comes out, and one of the contestants is revealed to be a witch, and our main character defeats them, but as it turns out, it was all a part of the show, and our main character won. But then, in classic fashion, it's another reverse twist, because guess what? Those witches that were revealed to be just actors, yeah, no, they're actually witches. The fucking end. I can totally forgive this episode for not really utilizing the reality TV format if they could at least fall back on a solid episode, but nah, they couldn't even do that. I find it kind of crazy that Nightmare Room has a werewolf episode where the werewolf only has 3 seconds of screen time. Like, who out there is asking for an episode like that?
It's actually all I ever wanted out of an episode.
Wait, really?
No, no one ever does.
Yeah, totally. Alright, get off my channel now.
Hey, screw you, dude. Rank Creepshow already.
Okay, I'm not lying though. There is legitimately about 3 seconds of werewolf action near the end of the episode. And on paper, that isn't a horrible idea. Maybe this story is subverting the typical werewolf story, and I mean, maybe it kind of does that. Only maybe though. Much like the other bottom ranking episodes on this list, the idea is definitely there, but the execution is certainly not. Also, this is the only episode in the show's run where I feel like the acting is just really bad. Specifically from the main character.
They're the only known natural enemy of werewolves. We have to get to the security system to unlock the doors. Something yanked the power cord.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I also think some of the ADR lines sound pretty egregious. And once again, I actually like the acting throughout this entire series. It's just that this episode, whew, man. But I've said it before and I'll say it again, these are children at the end of the day. I'm not gonna go in on them. Now, give me a bad adult actor and I'll make fun of them until the sun comes up. But this episode revolves around this group of kids, but more importantly, this main character, who oftentimes feels left out of the group, so in return, he throws a Halloween party. However, his intentions are a bit nefarious. Well, not really nefarious, more so misleading. You see, there's been a series of animal attacks throughout the town. These characters constantly mention it throughout the episode, and our main character's younger brother fell victim to one of these animal attacks. Except, it wasn't no animal. It was a goddamn werewolf. And our main character has deduced that someone in this friend group is the werewolf. So how do you go about sussing out if one of your friends is a werewolf? Well, our main character ended up buying 5 of these creatures called plogs. And plogs are the natural hunters of werewolves. So they pass a plog around to each member in the group, and if it ends up biting one, then they're the werewolf. Pretty cut and dry situation. So when it does end up biting one person in the group, they're all ready to turn on her, but then another person reads the instruction manual and is like, guys, you might want to check this out. Turns out if plogs are exposed to the light for longer than 5 minutes, they transform into human hunters. So, yeah, clearly that's not good. Also concerning the fact that there are currently 5 loose in the house. So we get this actually really fun final act of these characters hunting down these creatures. And there's a great deal of suspense given the whole ticking clock element to this story. It's really only weighed down by this stilted acting. It's also here where our main character reveals that he's been lying about everything. He says that he knows the werewolves aren't real and he really just wanted to throw this party because he wanted his friends to hang out with him. And also kind of respect him because the group kind of makes him the butt of every joke, which like, okay. I mean, that explains why he wanted to scare them with the whole werewolf mumbo jumbo, I guess. But at the same time, buying these creatures from this fucking guy is going through great lengths just to gain some respect. Surely there's gotta be an easier way. I mean, if one of my friends bought 5 feral raccoons to get my respect, I'm never talking to the guy ever again. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, if he slayed 5 feral raccoons with his bare hands, then yeah, that guy's got my respect. But they end up catching all the plogs and locking them back in the box, and everything seems good, but as it turns out, one of their friends actually was a werewolf, and the episode ends. I wasn't joking about those 3 seconds of werewolf action. It's really alright though, because the episode isn't technically a werewolf episode, but I think it's just funny. Oh, and by the way, the girl that gets bit by the plog is actually the werewolf. She also talks about how she has to get home before her curfew throughout the entire episode. It's actually pretty easy to see this ending coming, but it's still a nice little cherry on top of an episode that could have been a little more. School Spirit is a less than average episode I actually have a lot to say about. That I will not be saying in this video because I actually have an entire video covering this episode if you want to check it out. But the basic gist of this episode is that these kids are all stuck in detention and one by one they slowly all get picked off. The pacing is much to be desired and there's some particularly bad special effects. But once again, I go into way more depth in my other videos, so check it out. This episode has a great concept and a less than great execution. You see, this episode centers around these kids who find this device called the Howler, and essentially it's a machine that allows people to talk to ghosts, like a little ghost FaceTime device. It's actually pretty sick. And of course, the main trio is pretty divided on this technology. You got the main guy who is all for it and wants to crank call the dead. You got the skeptical girl who doesn't care for it, let alone thinks it even works. And then you got the other guy who is just strangely very neutral on this entire situation. I mean, yeah, sure, talking to ghosts is pretty cool, but like, I'm not gonna clear my schedule for that. But if they catch me on an off day of work, then yeah, I'll have a little chat with them. Like, where's the fucking energy, dude? It's ghosts. It's cool. But the three are able to make contact only for a brief second before they lose connection. I mean, I don't know, they probably got Mint Mobile or something. But they figure that they have to take the Howler to a place called the Pit. As they deduce, that's where the reception would be best, given the fact that the ghosts they were talking to originally disappeared in the Pit. And no, the Pit isn't referring to Pittsburgh. It's actually referring to a dilapidated, rundown building.
So, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's Pittsburgh. But upon using the device, every member in the group ends up getting zap fried and passes out. The first to wake up is the girl. However, she is not herself anymore. She is now being possessed by one of the ghosts. And the real girl is trapped in the Howler. So essentially, this machine just stores souls. So now that one of the ghosts is in possession of the girl's body, the two remaining ghosts tell her to wake up the others and do it again. However, the other friends wake up and are all like, man, fuck that. Let's not do that shit again. But of course, the girl is super persistent about using the machine again to get all their ghost buddies into mortal bodies. But because the girl was originally the skeptic in the group, the other two find her change in attitude strange, but ultimately carry on. Then there's like this really weird subplot that gets brought up and kind of goes nowhere. Okay, so at the start of the episode, we get introduced to this science teacher. And by introduced, I mean he's in like one scene for like 10 seconds and has like one line. And after the soul swap, the girl, now possessed by the ghost, goes up to the teacher and is all like, do you remember this one person you flunked 4 years ago? The ghost in the scene is referring to himself, by the way. And the teacher is all like, yeah, that kid was pretty fucking dumb. Anyways, bye. And then that's it. I guess the implication is that these three ghosts were trying to come back to harm the teacher for flunking them or whatever, but it really doesn't go anywhere? I don't know. It's super strange. Anyways, another ghost ends up inhabiting the body of the other guy, and the main kid learns the truth. So essentially what we get is these two ghosts possessing these bodies, and these two kids trying to force the final kid to swap souls. But in the end, the final kid just uses the machine in reverse, and that just undoes everything. Like, yeah, sure, simple solutions for a simple story. And then they end up smashing the machine to pieces from just one throw. Like, did y'all get this off Temu? What the fuck? But the twist ending is that the machine reassembles itself and a police officer ends up stumbling across it and one of the ghosts possesses the officer. I think this is one of the most middle of the road episodes in this show. It doesn't really do anything good, but it also doesn't do anything bad. Hard to hate, hard to love. If anything, I think this may just be the most forgettable episode in the series. And as a recording note, I wrote this script a week ago and I'm just now recording it. And I did, in fact, completely forget about this episode. So, that says a lot. So Camp Nowhere is Nightmare Room's first and only two-parter, which means we get to play our favorite game on this channel. Say it with me now. Is it worth two parts? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. On this game show, we like to determine if two-parters are really worth their 2 parts. And looks like all the votes are in. And survey says, kind of. Great. Yeah, so I think this episode takes the Haunting Hour approach in terms of being a two-parter. That is to say, it is an overall unified story, but part 1 is something and part 2 is something different. I'll break it down real quick. Part 1 is about these kids sleeping in a haunted cabin, and it's very much the people versus the cabin. Very much like Evil Dead, but you know, very PG. And then in part 2, it's the same group of kids wandering into a camp full of ghosts. Once again, it tells a complete story, but each part has its own identity. But I think the ultimate problem within regards to this format is that each episode seems a little underbaked in my opinion. Like part 1 kind of has a lot of heavy lifting to do up front with establishing characters, settings, and stakes. So by the time they get to all this spooky cabin stuff, the episode is like half over and they kind of brush by it real fast. Meanwhile, part 2 kind of has the opposite effect. They have so much time to explore this new ghost camp setting that I feel as if the pacing really hinders because of it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the moving pieces for the ghost camp stuff were kind of set up in part 1, so that by the time part 2 comes around, it makes the slow buildup and reveal agonizing because it's like, we know exactly where this is going. What's the point in slow rolling us here? And in the middle of all this, we got fucking Frankie Muniz making a brief cameo appearance. And if you think that'll be the only Malcolm in the Middle cast member to make an appearance on this show, well, let's just say wait a little bit longer. Okay, so in part 1, these campers are selected to spend the night in some cabin 3 miles away because it's said to be haunted. It's kind of like a hazing ritual, or rather, a rite of passage and whatnot. Leading up to the departure, people are trying to mess with the group, telling campfire tales of how indigenous Native Americans cursed the land, or how one morning someone chiseled this foreboding message into the floor, which leads to the stupidest and funniest exchanges of all time.
It's chiseled.
You mean, like with a chisel?
I don't know why I find that so funny. But eventually, after a long hike, they make it to the cabin. They end up sleeping in it, scary shit happens, and then they're off on their way home. But they get lost, and in their way back, they stumble into a group of kids who circle around the group chanting "Ghost." Eventually, the camp counselor is like, "Oh, those silly kids. Ghost is what they call spies because, we got other camps spying on us for whatever. Hey, drink some multicolored juice, and I'll call the camp counselor and let them know you're safe." And yeah, they kind of quickly learn that these kids are ghosts. All these kids only seem to know things from the 1960s. Like Malcolm over here. He doesn't have a clue who Michael Jordan is. Or how the group overheard some girls talking about the last concert they went to being the Beatles. But despite all this evidence building up, nobody puts the pieces together until Four Eyes over here spills the beans on everything. You see, throughout the whole ordeal, these counselors are trying to hide the fact that they're ghosts from these kids. Like cutting phone lines or redirecting the kids and whatnot. But Glasses over here? Nah, he's itching to tell somebody what's going on. So here's the skinny. Long ago, natives put a spell on the land, and in the 1960s, these campers ended up camping there and damaging the land. So native spirits came to drag them away. However, the head counselor made a deal with them, that they get to return to the living once a year, every year, for 1 weekend in summer, as long as they don't damage the environment. Sounds like a really shitty deal if you ask me, but hey, they go through with it. But that's why Glasses wants to tell somebody the truth, because he never wanted to go on this camping trip in the first place, and his soul just wants to move on and rest. And so Glasses takes an axe and is ready to chop down a tree, which of course would break the deal about not damaging the land. Oh, and because these kids entered the perimeter of the ghost camp, they're considered ghosts now too. Meaning if that kid strikes that tree with the axe, everyone will disappear forever. So Glasses starts striking the tree down. Everyone freaks out, but our main character jumps in and stops him from doing any more harm. But the damage is already done, so this whole camp, it just disappears. Poof, bye, gone. They didn't hold up their end of the deal, so they're gone. And our group of characters almost disappear too, but a native spirit stops the main character and is like, yo, you stop that kid from doing any more damage to the land, that's fucking sick. And then they just let the group live out of courtesy, I guess. And then the group returns back to the camp victorious, and yeah. There's no twist at the end of this episode. It's an actual good ending for once. I mean, that does depend on your definition of a good ending. We did just see a full camp of kids cease to exist, but, you know, silver linings and whatnot. So overall, it's not a bad two-parter by any means, but I feel as if it's just a little mismanaged in terms of pacing. Have you ever watched John Carpenter's They Live and thought, man, I wish there was a version for kids without all this social commentary? No? Well, they made an episode like it anyways, so have fun. And I'm not trying to insinuate that this episode is bad because of that. This is actually a really fun and good episode. But in the end of the day, it really is just They Live, but for kids. You see, our main character goes to an eye doctor played by goddamn John C. McGinley, who is all like, you need glasses, kid. And of course, the kid is disappointed by this. He thinks he looks nerdy in glasses and he even gets picked on for it, but like, am I crazy? But he looks way better in glasses. You know what? Vote down below. Let your voices be heard. Glasses or no glasses? Okay, looks like your votes are in, and they are pointless. So moving on. But I guess it really is just classic R.L. Stine storytelling of playing to the tropes of what kids worry about and making it terrifying. So nice. But the glasses end up revealing that some people are secretly monsters, with the first encounter being some random guy in an alley, and then the other being the principal of his school. Our main character freaks out and tries to show his friend, but when she puts on the glasses, she sees nothing, so I guess the glasses only work on him. Oh yeah, and then there's this guy in a raincoat following our main character. It's the eye doctor. Yeah, there's no point in really building up the reveal because the show doesn't really do that either. But the eye doctor reveals the truth to our main character. Turns out that there's an alien invasion, and slowly people are being infected without even knowing it, and that these glasses reveal the truth. So yeah, these aren't really monsters, they're aliens. Cool. But the eye doctor says to the main character that he must defeat the leader to undo the secret invasion. The only description he gives of the leader is that they have pitch black eyes, and then cops roll up and escort him away, telling the main character that he's clinically insane, but of course, these cops are actually just aliens too. So then we end up at this party in a barn for some reason, and at one point our main character's glasses get stepped on, but like, this only results in a slight crack in the lenses. It doesn't really have any bearing on the plot whatsoever. Like, it doesn't really raise the peril of the situation at hand. I guess now the main character has to look a little more carefully, but like, I don't know. But yeah, lots of aliens at this party trying to stop the main character as he desperately tries to search for the leader. Eventually, he just books it and gets out of there once they openly all turn on him. Luckily, his friend is nearby and picks him up in the car when it turns out, the main character's best friend is actually the leader. Cut to credits. Now, originally, I thought this was a dumb twist that didn't even make sense. Like, did this girl at some point just arbitrarily become the leader? Cause like, she was with him at the eye doctor. She was with him when he physically got the glasses, and there was other times he saw her with the glasses, right? Well, no, actually. I went back and watched the episode again just to double check, but the main character never looks at his friend with the glasses on. He gets the glasses but doesn't put them on until they split up, and when he goes to pull her from class to talk to her, before he reaches the door he trips and falls and loses his glasses. And then in this scene, he never puts on the glasses again until she goes back to class, so yeah, good job. I mean, I guess it is the bare minimum for this story to work, but still, good job. Okay, before I talk about this episode proper, I'm just going to say that for the last 4 entries on this ranking, you're going to be seeing some true child acting legends from the 2000s. In this episode alone, we got the legend Amanda Bynes. Bring out the dancing lobsters. But I think this episode is really good when it comes to psychological horror in a way that I haven't seen in children's horror before. Like, children are kind of dumb, right? They're smarter than we give them credit for, but they're still ultimately pretty dumb. You can't really be throwing out anything too high concept in horror to these kids and expect them to be affected the same way us adults would be. But this episode plays on the idea of being forgotten, and it's truly effective. You see, this family moves into a new house, and outside of some glowing cracks in the basement, it's a pretty nice house all things considered. However, there is a man outside stalking the house, which takes a nefarious turn once the parents leave for the day. But there's bigger things to worry about when the younger brother starts slowly losing his memory. He forgets where his bedroom is, and he doesn't remember how to play video games. Hell, he doesn't even really know the concept of a video game. This freaks out Amanda, especially when he keeps insisting on playing in the basement. But then one day, Amanda herself starts forgetting about her little brother. And when she mentions it to her best friend has no clue who she's even talking about. This sends her into a complete spiral, but the stalker from earlier finally confronts her, saying that the house is the Forget-Me house, and that all the children who ever lived there are slowly forgotten and slipped into the cracks of the basement. And she's all like, dude, you're crazy. And he's like, girl, honey, sweetie, I'm one of those children. So she runs back home to her parents, and her parents don't even remember her, and I kind of wish they explored this aspect a little bit more, because your parents forgetting who you are is a truly frightful thought. But all Amanda does is show them a family picture and they all get their memory back pretty much instantly and move on. It's kind of lame. You know, it's kind of like the ending to Gravity Falls for me. No spoilers or anything, but the rapid rate of habilitation kind of lessened the sacrifice of that character in their final moments. I mean, neither here nor there, but they were so close to a perfect ending there. And this episode was close to a truly fantastic scene. But they all head down to the basement, and all of the kids forgotten to time emerge from the cracks in the basement in a straight up disturbing scene. Oh, and like the little brother is able to come back because of family love, and you're never forgotten if you're wanted or whatever. Pretty schlocky, but sure, okay. But what's truly great about this final scene is the man that escaped. He laments that after escaping the cracks, he realized he lives in a world where nobody knows him, nobody remembers him, nobody loves him. And he'd rather spend the rest of his days in the cracks, and so he returns. It's actually really sad and gives this ending a really somber and bittersweet feeling. But in the end, the family moves out and a new family moves in. And as I've said before in past ranking videos, I'm a sucker for endings where the cycle just starts all over again. I wasn't joking about the star power of these last couple rankings, because not only do we have Shia LaBeouf as the main character, but we also got Dylan and Cole Sprouse as the central villain in this episode. There's only one villain in the episode, by the way. It's not like the twins play two separate villains. But this episode is a R.L. Stine specialty, as in it is an evil doll episode, with a slight spin on the concept that is actually worth a damn. You see, this episode centers around a young Shia essentially growing up. He's in his final days of 8th grade and he's packing up all his toys because he's too old for them now. But one toy in specific doesn't want to go. One doll in specific wants to play. So then one day at school, this little kid approaches Shia and says that they're best friends. And Shia humors the kid, but ultimately says he's got the wrong guy. When the kid persists, Shia becomes concerned and creeped out, but ultimately annoyed. And so, as revenge, this kid, named Buddy, puts strawberry jam in Shia's friend's tuna sandwich. The bastard? Oh, yeah, okay, so Shia's friend is allergic to strawberries. This was established at the very start of the episode when these two are throwing away toys and whatnot. So like, it's not just some minor prank. It was a serious crime committed with malicious intent as he actually ends up in the school's infirmary. Also, can I just say, I don't know if it's the dialogue or the actors or a mix of both, but these kids feel like actual kids and actual friends. Usually in these children horror shows, dialogue between friends sounds kind of hammy, a little Disney Channel-esque, but this episode really nailed these exchanges. Anyways, Shia ends up going home only to find the doll that looks exactly like the kid from earlier, and he ends up putting the puzzle pieces together. So this doll has the ability to transform into a physical child, and while I'm sure this concept has been done elsewhere before, it's a fun idea that nails the execution. Like, to skip forward for just a second, there's a part where Shia dismantles the doll, and when the doll takes on its human form, his body's all mangled up, and it's fantastic. So anyways, Shia realizes that this is insane and he can't really tell anyone because nobody would believe him. But the next day at school, Buddy pushes his friend off a ladder, prompting Shia to go home and scream at the doll, which is really funny out of context.
You're my best friend. No, I'm not your best friend.
So yeah, of course the mom sees this and she does the typical thing of not believing her son. However, this following scene plays out in a real way. Like in children's horror, it's kind of a trope for the parents just to be dismissive or accusatory of the kids' warnings. But in this episode, the mom ends up taking Shia to a child psychiatrist, and Shia at least has the self-awareness to rationalize and realize how insane this situation is. In the end, Shia ends up having a heart-to-heart with Buddy where he says he just needs to move on, and that's okay. Meanwhile, the mom and Shia's friends are watching old home video footage together at a party for some reason, but this home video footage is of Shia's birthday back when he first got Buddy. And the magician in the video ends up putting a spell on the doll saying that the two will be friends forever. So these two rush back home to check on Shia, because I guess some random birthday party magician convinces them that Shia was telling the truth the entire time or something. But when they return home, they find the Buddy doll, but they also find out that Shia has been turned into a doll. So I guess they truly will be friends forever. As I said before, check out the star power in this episode. Boom! Fucking Drake Bell as the leading role. But they also got fucking Brenda Song in the supporting role. So in this series, we now have Zach, Cody, and now London. So, oh god. So now we really just need Ashley Tisdale to complete the full cast of Sweet Life. But this episode is so great because it has a fun concept at hand and it takes full advantage of it, while also just being a good, well-rounded story. You see, this episode centers around Drake, who's in a band with his friends and desperately wants a new guitar from his mom. But instead, his mom is like, nah, fuck you, here's an old desk, have fun. Also, Drake's bedroom just has like a Rockstar Games poster in it. Like, I don't even really have anything to say about this detail. I just wrote it down in my notes when watching the episode, and I guess I'm here talking about it now, so... moving on. But within this old ass desk is an old ass diary, and Drake has one of the most nonchalant and casual reactions to, well, this. Like, I don't know, dude. If I opened something up and a bunch of cockroaches came pouring out, I would freak the fuck out. Also, like, he doesn't really do anything about the cockroaches. Like, he just kind of lets them wander off. Like, fucking kill them, dude. What the fuck? But anyways, cockroaches aside, this diary can predict the future. And Drake is able to put this together rather fast. So it's not like this big long build-up, and because of that, this episode can really just hit the ground running and have a little fun with this idea. Like how the diary one day says he made a shot from half court. So later on in gym class, when the teacher tells him to shoot from the 3-point line, he gets all cocky and goes for a half court shot, cause, well, he kinda knows he'll make it. And he does, and the boys get all hyped because, I mean, we are all simple creatures after all. But it does beg the question, if Drake didn't read the diary, would these events even happen? Well, that's kind of the idea the episode explores because, well, it's a horror show, so quickly these diary entries escalate. Like, one diary entry says that Drake's friend is going to break his ankle, and it's Drake's actions trying to prevent the broken ankle that causes the broken ankle. Or how later on, a diary entry reads, disastrous events in shop today. Shop referring to woodshop, by the way. And yet again, Drake's actions to prevent the event causes the event. The event, by the way, is the teacher's clothes getting stuck in the saw blade. Like, I mean... all things considered, that's not really too disastrous. But realistically, they couldn't really show this guy getting gutted by a saw blade, now could they? They could if they weren't a fucking coward! So Drake's at an impasse here. He realizes that reading the diary can be detrimental, despite some of the good luck the diary has given him. But one day after band practice, he decides to read it one more time, and the diary entails a foreboding and eerie message concerning Drake's walk home. He tries to get a ride home from Brenda Song's mom, but she's like, dude, it's a 5-minute walk home for you. No. And then Drake proceeds to walk home, and he gets hit by a car and fucking dies. Well, not really. It's all a dream sequence.
My coffin's gonna be way nicer than this.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Yes.
So at this point, Brenda Song deduces that the diary can predict the future and just steals it for herself. Not really knowing the full ramifications of the diary, but hey, she was able to bring an umbrella for the rainy weather that wasn't forecast that day because of the diary, so that's cool. Eventually, Drake steals the diary back and reads the final message saying, "Dear diary, I'm dead." And Drake, in this scenario, thinks the final message is talking about Brenda, because she had possession last. So he rushes over to save her, but yet again, Drake's own prevention is his downfall. You see, Drake comes over soaking wet, sees Brenda holding a bunch of wires, and takes them from her, trying to save her, but this ends up killing him. And then the twist ending for this episode is that Drake is actually stuck in a time loop, and is set to repeat these days over and over again. And I guess that's why the diary can predict the future, and like, yeah, sure. I not only buy it, but I kinda love this ending a lot. I think this is the first time so far in these ranking videos where the fun episode ended up at the very top of the list. And, well, that's because this episode is so much goddamn fun. And it's also got Reese from Malcolm in the Middle as the main character. But this episode takes the idea of, what if somebody's lies came true?
Like Usopp?
Yeah, exactly, like, hey, get that weeb shit out of here. But yeah, one day a substitute teacher places a curse on this child for lying about why he doesn't have his homework. Also, the lie wasn't something like, my dog ate it. Homeboy straight up elaborated a whole story about escaped prisoners in clown masks breaking into his house and robbing them. And the sub is like, okay, bet. And then we get a bunch of rapid fire lies out of Reese. Truly, this man will lie at the drop of a hat. So in order, he lies about a mummy escaping from a museum for some reason. When bullies pick on him, he lies about having an older brother that just got home from military school, so they better not pick on him. And then when they throw his backpack on the ground, he lies about it being filled with snakes. Except, snakes start slowly crawling out of it. Of course, we, the audience, kind of know what's going on at this point, but our main character? Yeah. In true Reese fashion, he's a little dense, and it's gonna take a while for him to catch on to what's going on. And so it actually creates this great juxtaposition, because we, the audience, get to squirm every time a new lie is introduced, knowing that at some point, it's going to come true, and that's really fun to watch. So when he lies about having ninja bodyguards, it gets me all giddy, because like, we're gonna see that. So yeah, later on that night, escaped prisoners in clown masks break in to steal their shit. Even Reese's homework, like his lie originally stated. And later on at school, the older brother from the military comes in and saves Reese from the bullies, but then proceeds to terrorize Reese in the process. And when he gets called to the principal's office, they threaten to call home, but he lies about his parents being in Hawaii. And immediately after that, he lies to some friend about a pro wrestler hating his guts for some reason. But now, we get to see all these dominoes fall. So Reese gets home from school and he can't find his parents. Turns out, no surprise, they're in Hawaii. And this is the moment where he's finally like, oh shit, my lies are coming true. And then the clowns come back, along with the military brother. But luckily, the ninja bodyguards come out to protect Reese, but like, they're easily persuaded.
He's over here.
Hey! Whatever he's paying, I'll double it.
So these guys all scuffle, and it's a really fun and ridiculous set piece, but Reese manages to get away by telling himself, or rather lying to himself, that he's all alone. And yeah, as you may guess, his lie makes him all alone in the world. This may cause characters to freak out and panic, but Reese kind of just takes this moment to breathe and self-reflect. And when he's ready, he tells himself that everyone but the clowns, brother, and ninjas can come back. And life just moves on normal again. Except Reese totally forgot about the mummy lie from earlier, so he's got to deal with that now, and yeah, he also lied about the pro wrestler now, so... But he ends up trapped in an office and sees no way to get out, so he lies about the school being on fire to create some sort of diversion, and well, the school goes up in flames. And when he tries to reach for the door handle, he ends up burning his hand, and oh, what the fuck? Holy shit! That is some truly gruesome makeup effects that you would see in something like Tales from the Crypt, not a fucking children's anthology horror show. So shout out to the makeup department. I don't really know if they knew they were working on a kid's show though. And the whole episode ends with a grown-up Reese, who is now a teacher, warning one of his students about lying while looking at his burn scars. It's beautiful. A story that is just fun the whole way through and never really lets its foot off the gas. And once all the dominoes are properly set up, it's so much fun watching them all topple over one by one. A story about a boy wrapped in his own tangled web of lies. So, it's pretty common for me to ask at the end of these videos, but what should I rank next? But also, out of the 3 R.L. Stine shows I've ranked already, which one is your favorite? I genuinely want to know. Anyways, I'll see you guys next time with another ranking video, but for now, as always, thanks for watching.